Committee will come to order, quorum being present. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time pursuant to Committee Rule Number 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2. The chair may postpone further proceeding today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to notice, I now call up the Committee Authorization Oversight Plan for the 118th Congress and move that the committee adopt the plan. The clerk will report.
Committee on the Judiciary Authorization and Oversight Plan for the 118th.
Without objection, the plan is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. The Oversight and Authorization Plan we are marking up today reflects the immense responsibility of this committee, that this committee has for providing a check on executive branch and for investigating any and all areas in which we may legislate. Congress is entrusted with unique responsibility to conduct oversight and investigation to protect the integrity of the laws that govern this great country. Nowhere is this more important than on the issues within the Judiciary Committee's purview. In recent years, we've seen the federal government weaponized to a troubling degree. Perhaps most concerning, the Department of Justice has been politicized and distracted from its core law enforcement functions. We've seen the targeting of parents attending school board meetings. We've seen the FBI surveillance tools used to spy on presidential campaigns. We've seen a focus on political appeasement and getting the right stats over catching bad guys, and that's just at the Department of Justice. In recent months, it's come to light that the federal government has pressured tech companies to censor information they disagreed with. That includes folks who were reporting on developments related to the 2020 presidential election and to the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, the government was telling Twitter to take down the very kinds of information that just earlier this week, the government confirmed was accurate all along. This is an issue that should concern all Americans, and this committee's jurisdiction over the First Amendment means we have a duty to get to the bottom of this and a host of other issues. There's no shortage of work to do, and the document before us is part of our obligation to the American people to conduct oversight and ensure their tax dollars are not being wasted and our laws are functioning as they should. With that, I would yield to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member, Mr. Nadler.
Thank the gentleman. I thank the gentleman for yielding, Mr. Chairman. It has long been the Judiciary Committee's practice under both Democratic and Republican chairs for the majority and the minority to work cooperatively on the committee's authorization and oversight plan. We have generally been able to work out a bipartisan agreement that sets forth the committee's priorities in neutral language that both parties can support. Unfortunately, the plan before us breaks with that tradition. Although there is much here that I can support, in fact, the vast majority of it is in line with what the committee has submitted on a bipartisan basis in the past, there are several provisions that seemingly have been cut and pasted from whatever messaging document is making the rounds today in the right-wing echo chamber. We know that this is not a serious document because it lays out its conclusions, many of which have been thoroughly debunked already before the committee actually engages in the oversight it describes. It imagines a vast conspiracy in the upper echelons of government dedicated to censoring and suppressing conservative views. While none of this turns out to be true, it does make for a nice narrative to distract from the Republicans' utter failure to lay out a positive agenda to improve the lives of the American people. What good is an oversight plan if you have already prejudged the results of your investigations before actually hearing from witnesses? Republicans have clearly already made up their minds and do not appear interested in conducting meaningful oversight. I would suggest that we could all save ourselves a lot of time, and the majority could save the $15 million in taxpayers' funds they say they need for their new select subcommittee on insurrection protection if they have already predetermined the outcome. Other than providing talking points for Fox News or Breitbart, several of the provisions contained in this document serve no useful purpose except perhaps for one, providing a window into the priorities of the extreme MAGA Republican majority. For example, in addition to leading the committee to chase various conspiracy theories, the oversight plan describes a thinly veiled effort to enact a nationwide ban on abortion and provides the framework for the majority's assault on regulations that protect the health and safety of Americans. It also traffics in widely debunked racist tropes that depict immigrants as violent and a burden on society, while laying the groundwork for a bill to shut down the asylum and refugee system, legislation that has already been called un-American and too extreme by members of the Republican caucus. Like so much of the Republican agenda, this is a document that is not ready for prime time. I am extremely disappointed that the majority has chosen to take a purely political path rather than reaching out to the minority and working together constructively on an authorization and oversight plan that we could all support. I consider this lack of consultation cooperation, which has been a hallmark of the new Republican majority so far, to be a wasted opportunity for this community, for this committee. In a moment, I will offer a substitute amendment that strips out the extraneous political talking points while preserving the many good and important items in which there is bipartisan agreement. If we adopt my amendment, I feel confident that Democrats will support the plan and our day will be short. I hope that the majority will reconsider its ill-advised approach and will join Democrats in the spirit of bipartisanship with which my amendment will be offered. Otherwise, I urge all members to oppose this plan, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. The chair, without objection, all of their opening statements will be included in the record. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from New York, ranking member is recognized.
Reserve point of order.
Mr. Chairman, don't have to distribute the amendment.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, reserve point of order.
Gentleman from Louisiana reserves a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Committee on the Judiciary Authorization and Oversight Plan for the 118th Congress offered by Mr. Nadler of New York. Strike all after the title and date and insert the following.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would restore the committee's long tradition of bipartisan cooperation and agreement with respect to the Authorization and Oversight Plan by stripping out certain provisions that are needlessly partisan and political, and by sticking to principles that we can all support. The vast majority of the underlying document lays out reasonable and worthy areas for the committee to explore. Whether or not we reach different conclusions, we should all begin from the same neutral starting point and see where our examinations lead based on the facts before us. There is no reason to use hyper-partisan rhetoric at the outset of the committee's work. If we want to lead even-handed investigations that do not prejudge the outcome, and if we want to maintain the credibility of this committee, we should join together behind one plan with bipartisan support. The underlying authorization and oversight plan is based largely on similar documents that have garnered bipartisan support in this committee previously. My amendment would simply strip out needless political rhetoric and return this document to the neutral language that we use to routinely pass on a bipartisan basis at the start of every Congress. If we adopt this amendment, I can expect that we conclude this markup in short order and move on to other pressing business. I hope that all members will support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on the amendment? Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
No, sir. I'll pass on.
The point of order is withdrawn. Who seeks recognition on the amendment? Look, I think we're going to stick with the amendment, with the oversight plan that the Republicans have put forward. This is the first we've seen this, so I'll take a look and compare to what we did. But I guess in simple terms, I prefer the Republican oversight plan to the Democrat oversight plan. Gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I join in supporting Ranking Member Nadler's amendment. If we want to get the committee off to a good and nonpartisan start, the best way to do it is to agree on a set of rules that have been traditionally the rules of the committee, that don't seek to infuse a new set of rules with highly partisan and skewed provisions. This would, I think, not only streamline this hearing, but be a demonstration of good faith going forward. I would urge the committee to adopt Mr. Nadler's amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Have you read this document?
Yes, have you?
No, I haven't, and that's the problem. We just got it. If this were a serious attempt at changing the rules for the better, we would have had some time to review this.
Well, I assume you've had a chance to read the majority's proposed rule.
Yes.
And that ought to be enough to encourage you to support an alternative, a nonpartisan version of the rules, very consistent with what the committee has offered in the past.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I want to say to Mr. Johnson and to the chairman, we'd be happy to suspend the committee hearing for a while to give the majority the opportunity to read the amendment if they haven't had it already.
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Well, I think it's Mr. Schiff's time.
I'm happy to yield to Mr. Nadler.
No, you now yield to the chairman.
Yeah, I just would, the gentleman yield to the,
Yes, I'd be happy to yield to the
thank the
chairman. I'm
gentleman
sorry.
for California for yielding. Well, we're going to take a few minutes to review it. I mean, I already, the first thing that jumped out at us as we, again, we've had it now for, I think, 2 minutes, is some of the changes you've made in the immigration area of oversight that we have concerns with. But we can take a few minutes to look it over. Committee will be in recess for a few minutes while we do that. But my guess is it's going to be the same. We're not going to like your plan. We're going to like the one we put forward. Committee stands in.
Recess.
Oh, I yield back to the gentleman from California. If the gentleman yields, we can let the committee stand in recess for a few minutes while we go through it.
I'm happy to yield, Mr. Chairman, so we can further review the
Right.
amendment.
Committee's in recess for a few minutes as we look at the Democrat oversight plan. We're going to get the committee will come to order. We're getting every member a copy of the red line for the changes that the Democrats have in their amendment. My quick glance through it is there's no changes in Part 1. There are some changes in Part 2. I'll recognize the gentleman from California if he has additional remarks, and then we'll go to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very quick. As you can see from the amendment, it is a very simple, straightforward, non-hyperbolic set of rules, very consistent with what the committee has had in the past. It would depoliticize and bring back the committee to some level of bipartisan agreement on the rules. I would urge their support so we can move forward. We can debate our differences, but starting out with a set of rules that are as highly biased as the majority's copy is only going to encourage more conflict within the committee and less productivity. And with that, I urge support.
Gentleman yield?
I'm happy to yield to Mr. Nadler.
I would just point out that all the investigations that the majority wants to do can be done under our amendment. All we're doing is saying the rule should not announce the results of the investigations before we hold the investigations. I yield back.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listen, if this were a serious attempt to give us a different or improved rules package, you would have given it to us in advance. We had one copy of a red line version here that we were all looking over the chairman's shoulder trying to figure out, but the changes jumped out to us immediately. This is a partisan attempt to change the rules, and here's why. The rule that we have presented and proposed does not draw conclusions. For example, some of the language that they want to strike to my colleagues here, on page 9 of our rule package, where it is entitled the full committee. Just one example, under the U.S. Department of Justice. Ours says, in conjunction with and also through its subcommittees, the committee intends to conduct oversight of the U.S. Department of Justice. Well, they would effectively have it in there, except to include the phrase, including all department components. By comparison, ours says, including all department components, among other things, the committee will examine. We give an illustrative, not exclusive, but an illustrative list of what the committee will do. This is not drawing conclusions. Listen to the language. Among other things, the committee will examine political bias within the FBI senior leadership. Hey, you know what? If it doesn't exist, well, that's what the outcome will be.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. We will also look into the misuse of counterterrorism resources to target parents resisting far-left educational curriculum. We know that happened. That is public record. But you know what? If we're wrong, that's what the investigation will determine. The apparent double standard in the enforcement of federal law, apparent double standard. It is clearly apparent to the American people. That's what we're going to look at. That's our responsibility. That's our jurisdiction. That's what we're going to do. Flip over, if you will, to page 10. Now, this is my subcommittee. I chair the subcommittee on the Constitution and Limited Government. Under the Freedom of Speech subtitle, we say that the subcommittee will examine restraints on free speech. They'd like to end it there. But we include, we say, including efforts by some colleges and universities to limit protests, speeches, distribution of literature, petitions, and other expressive activities. That's not drawing any conclusion. That's saying some of the specific things that we intend to look at. Under the Protecting the Sanctity of Life, the subcommittee will examine the constitutionality and enforcement of federal and state statutes relating to anti-life measures. That's not drawing a conclusion there. We're going to look at that. Their rule here would strike that provision entirely, and I think we all know why. But unfortunately for them, we're in the majority, and we take our responsibility seriously, and we're going to look at that. We didn't have time, literally, we just had a couple of minutes, but something else that jumped out to me on page 15, the subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government, my friends, they want to just strike that in the entire section, all the language about what we're going to be looking at, and of course, we know why there as well. We say, under the civil liberty abuses, for example, the very last paragraph on our rules package as proposed, the select subcommittee will examine issues related to the protection of civil liberties of citizens of the United States, including whether the civil liberties of citizens of the United States have been violated by executive branch agencies. They want to strike that language. What is problematic with that language? That articulates what is on the minds and hearts of the American people. I was home over the last week, as many of us were. I was doing town halls throughout my district in Louisiana. I'm telling you that the American people are deeply concerned about the abuses of their freedoms, their civil liberties, by agencies of this government that are created to serve and protect the people. We believe, we have seen that has been used against them in many cases, and that is our responsibility to investigate, to lay the facts out for the American people to draw their own conclusions, and I think we can't get about that business too soon. Yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would just say that the last thing that the gentleman from Louisiana referenced, the civil liberties abuses, the last thing in our rule document, the subcommittee will examine issues related to the protection of civil liberties of citizens of the United States, including whether the civil liberties of citizens of the United States have been violated by executive branch agencies. That, I would argue, is the fundamental mission of the Judiciary Committee.
Hello? Yes.
That's the fundamental mission, and now we know what the ranking member meant when that subcommittee was formed on the House floor, when the day before he said, we will fight them tooth and nail. Today they come in here and say they're going to be bipartisan. God bless them for the change of heart. But it seems like it's still the tooth and nail attitude that we heard that day on the House floor from the ranking member. So I would argue that's the fundamental mission of the Judiciary Committee. Certainly we want to keep that language. And frankly, the other language that the gentleman from Louisiana pointed out in his fine comparison between their rule and our rule. With that, I yield back to the gentleman.
And I have 2 seconds. So those are just a few examples. We could do this for a long, long time, but I think it's apparent, and I think it is my colleagues, that we should keep the original rules package. I yield back.
Who seeks recognition on the amendment?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. You know, I think, like Mr. Johnson, I spent the last couple weeks at home with my constituents, having town halls and hearing from them, and overwhelmingly what I hear is they are tired of the toxic partisanship in DC, and they would like people to work together. We first learned of this outline that we're talking about today on Friday via press release, so obviously we've been going over it since then. As I understand it, the amendment offered by the ranking member is in line with the process that's been historically used in this committee. Someone referred to it earlier as the Sensenbrenner process, where the committee staff, committee members got together and worked out a bipartisan oversight process. Instead, what we received via press release on Friday is, yet another press release pushing a very partisan agenda and not allowing for this committee or Congress as a whole to explore these issues in a bipartisan way, to hear the other side, to move back, to step back from politics by Twitter and outrage. So I would urge that we pass the ranking member's proposed amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
The only lady yields back. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reviewing the ranking member's proposed, basically, destruction of the rules and so-called offering a new bipartisan, I just got tickled. I just think it's humorous. When I hear the ranking member talk about this, we need to stop this partisanship, and I heard the gentleman from California, oh my goodness, let's get back to bipartisanship. Never heard that before from those two chaps. And then to hear this thing here, tired of toxic environment from the gentlelady. Who in the heck created that toxic environment? It was the majority that had control of this committee. The ranking member who had control of this committee. Yeah, that's who created the toxic environment. I also find it ironic when I look at the crime subcommittee. It's just amazing sometimes how fate will play this game on y'all. I literally, right as I sat down here, got a message from my former chief of staff, who's now working on the Senate side in the private sector, working a lot with the Senate, and she was relaying to me the attempted carjacking she was a victim of just last Thursday. And I think, wow. And you want to take out the line in the rising crime in urban areas. Everything else that you have on the crime subcommittee looks like it's the same. Really haven't had a chance to explore it enough to get there, but it looks like it's the same. But you want to remove the portion that says we'll examine the causes of rising crime in urban areas. We're in an urban area. My former chief was just accosted. We were grateful that her child wasn't in that car when the carjacking was attempted last week. So I look at this and I say, your real beef probably is with that where you went through and you took out all of the purpose of the subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government. You don't like that. Okay, fine. But you should like it. If this was bipartisan, you should be concerned that the federal government is being weaponized. And you should be joining us in that. I'm going to tell you again, I think it's ironic that some of the most partisan members of your side have the audacity and chutzpah to say, let's be bipartisan, let's hold hands, let's get together. That I'll yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to point out, I mean, I know why that on page 14 they want to strike the entire paragraph regarding rising crime in urban areas. That is our jurisdiction. That's what this committee is supposed to do. And they're suggesting by the deletion of that paragraph that apparently that's not a problem. Here's some statistics from this morning. Since February 2022, in the last year, DC crime stats, where we all walk around and where staff members are being held up by gunpoint in the last 24 hours, sexual abuse is up 123%, carjacking's up 111%, property crime up 32%, and homicide rose by 40% in 1 year. 9 cities reached record homicide rates in 2022 as staffing shortages plagued police departments, says the Fox News headline. And that's just not Fox News, of course, that's all media outlets that are covering objective facts. If we don't review the objective facts here, no one will. And that's why they don't want it to be in the rules. They don't want us to talk about it. But my friends, whether you like it or not, that's our job, and we are going to talk about it. I yield back.
Yeah, thank you. And I thank the gentleman for pointing out the data, because as we begin to look at the data, we're going to find, I suspect, they don't want us to come to any pre-conclusions, and so I won't, but I'll just look at the data and the facts. The most dangerous cities in America are governed by Democrats. And so if you were going to strike something out so you would not have to take ownership of your own failed policies, that's the very line you'd strike out. Odd, isn't it? With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I'd like to say that I don't know why Mr. Nadler suggested striking that particular provision. There is high crime in urban areas, and we need to study it. There's high crime in Memphis. We need to study it. But it's not failed Democratic policies. It's problems that exist in America. But it shouldn't just include urban areas, because rural areas have high crime too. A lot of drug crime. Meth started in the rural areas and is out there. We need to give rural areas as much interest as we give urban areas in fighting against crime. To suggest that there's not high crime in the rural areas is wrong. It's there too. It's in urban areas and rural areas. We don't need to defund anybody. We need to have more police, and we need to protect them, and we need to protect our citizens. So I'm all on that. Mr. Chair, if you would yield for a minute, this section, I've been concerned about the weaponization of the federal government's program. And, you know, I think it's pretty clear that the federal government Justice Department was weaponized during the previous administration. Michael Cohen went to jail for doing what Donald Trump asked him to do. Donald Trump was called Individual 1. He didn't go to jail. He didn't even go to jail when the administration changed and Merrick Garland came in. They let the statute of limitations run, which why, I don't know. We had a Merrick Garland before this committee, and I questioned him at length. Why don't you go against individual number 1 who ordered Mr. Cohen to do what he did? But when Mr. Cohen was in jail, the administration decided to put him in lockup. They put him back in jail when he was out because he was going to publish a book, and they wanted him not to speak and abridge his First Amendment rights. And then they put him in solitary confinement, and they did everything they could through the Justice Department. It's come out. It was the Justice Department that did that Could we go, Mr. Chair, back into those issues and look at the weaponization that occurred during the Trump era, particularly that Michael Cohen incident? That's the one that galls me. A guy went to jail because he worked for Donald Trump, and he did what Donald Trump told him to do to cover up the payments to Stormy Daniels that have all kind of other ramifications. Can we go back into that and these rules?
What I remember about Michael Cohen is the first big hearing that the House Oversight Committee had was with Michael Cohen in early 2019, I believe. And Michael Cohen lied 7 times under oath in front of the House Oversight Committee. We actually did a referral letter to the Justice Department. So that's what I remember about Michael Cohen and his testimony in front of the United States Congress.
But you do remember he went to jail. You do remember
that, too.
that he went out and they put him back in when he was going to publish a book because they wanted him to not comment on it. And you do remember that when they put him back in jail, they put him in solitary confinement.
I don't recall the details about
Well,
that.
then that's
What I
why-
do recall is what he said in front of Congress, and he said all kinds of things that weren't accurate.
But Mr. Jordan, that's why I ask, should we not be able to study that because you don't know it? I know it. It's clearly out there in the public sector. I've read it so many places, and it's been shown that the federal government and Barr did it. Shouldn't we study that? That's weaponization.
What I would say to the gentleman from Tennessee is what concerns me about the Democrats' amendment is in Part 2, the very first big paragraph on the United States Department of Justice, they say that we shouldn't look into the targeting of parents. We know that happened. We know that happened. They said we shouldn't look at abuse of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. We know that happened not because we learned that necessarily, but the Inspector General told us that happened, and now we have to reauthorize Section 702. That seems to be something entirely appropriate for our oversight.
Mr. Chairman, this is my time. I'm going to reclaim it because.
But you asked me a question. That's how I would just respond.
That's not the answer. The answer is about.
Well, you may not like. That's my answer. You may not like it, but I'm allowed to give the
The
answer I
question
want
was,
to
can
give.
we go back to what Trump did to weaponize the Justice Department? I don't know about parents. I'm all for parents, but that's not the issue. The issue is the weaponization of the Justice Department that happened under Trump like never before in our country's history.
I was talking about the weaponization of the Justice Department.
I
when
yield to
talked
Mr.
about-
Schiff.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and he is absolutely right. Let's consider an Attorney General of the United States, Bill Barr, intervening in specific criminal cases to help cover up for then President Donald Trump, intervening in the sentencing of Roger Stone against the urging of the prosecutors on the case, unheard of since Watergate, intervening in the case against Michael Flynn to make the case go away completely, again, against the interests of the prosecutors in the case. The Durham investigation of the investigators, a complete bust, a complete waste of money and a bust. Now, my colleagues on the other side say their rules aren't stating a conclusion. Well, let's look at their rules. The rules say, let's look into the Justice Department's use of unprecedented and aggressive law enforcement tactics against political opponents of the Biden administration. Well, that certainly seems to suggest a conclusion, doesn't it? They're not saying the Biden administration or the Trump administration or any administration. No, they're only interested in one thing, in stating the conclusion they want to reach before they even begin an investigation.
Gentleman's
The rules say,
Gentleman's time is,
I yield back the balance of my time.
okay. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, is recognized.
Move to strike last word. Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to hear the minority talk about bipartisanship. I know it's a concept that's fairly foreign to them, and so they're struggling with the ways in which it can exhibit itself. You know, bipartisanship wears many hats. One way in which bipartisanship can be used is in providing the majority with a substitute more than 5 minutes in advance. So maybe the day before. If you got it on Friday and you had a substitute that really only strikes, it doesn't actually add any language, you know, Monday is plenty of time. 24 hours is plenty of time for us to see this and to begin a conversation about what you might include in a consensus document. You know, bipartisanship also extends itself to participation in committee activities. I'm looking at the section on immigration as well, and the effort to strike language about legal immigration. The subcommittee will examine immigration and border security related executive orders signed by President Biden. How is that? That is logical and nonpartisan. Oversight over the executive branch. whether the executive branch, in issuing executive orders related to immigration, has stepped beyond its bounds or what those executive orders entail. The border is what I am hearing about in my district, so much so that I went to the border. In fact, most of us on this side of the aisle went to the border last week when the chairman led a committee on a field hearing to Yuma. And we went and participated. We talked about the impact of the border crisis on healthcare, on farming, on agriculture, food safety, a whole host of different issues. We sure would have loved for that to have been bipartisan. But you know what? It wasn't, because not a single member of the minority chose to participate in this field hearing. That would have been bipartisanship in practice. Providing us with this document ahead of this hearing today, or this markup today, would have been bipartisanship in practice. Let's go beyond just talking about bipartisanship and actually putting it into practice. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank the chairman very much. Just to my good friend who just spoke, I was at the border 2 days, I think, before the delegation went. I was at Brownsville and unfortunately was dealing with Ukrainians and Russians at the OSCE when you proceeded to have that hearing. I'm sure many other members had the same conflicts. There's always a commitment for bipartisanship on important issues, and I hope that we'll have another opportunity to do so, where our hearings will be focused in a bipartisan manner in looking at how we can be bipartisan in real comprehensive immigration reform that I have introduced now for almost 3 decades. Maybe we'll have that opportunity. But I rise now to support the Nadler Amendment and really question the necessity of the stark changes that have been made by my friends on the other side of the aisle, because the Nadler Amendment is the oversight plan that did not stifle former Chairman Sensenbrenner. It did not stifle former Chairman Goodlatte. It frankly was an embracing document that gave us all the tools that we actually needed. In fact, in that document, there is a language about reducing crime. And it doesn't highlight urban or rural. It says crime, which would mean crime in America. My colleague from Tennessee is correct. Crime in America is systemic in many instances, and it is also the fruit of symptoms of poverty, discrimination, isolation, mental health, and there are many issues that if we look broadly at, we could actually confront in a bipartisan manner. I don't see in my friend's oversight document specific language that says abuses of power by the Trump administration. And the list and litany is enormous. I mean, it is unceasing. And it's even unceasing now in the aftermath of the administration's ending. The discoveries of abuse of power are just beyond even comprehension. I would also say that it doesn't look like my friends have any sort of heightened emphasis on domestic terrorism. And whatever you may say, I have not seen any refuting of the testimony on many occasions of Director Wray about domestic terrorism as the major threat of terrorism in this country. I, for one, see it starkly against communities that I represent, which will include the families in Buffalo, who we saw just a few weeks ago in utter pain at the trial of the perpetrator, Mother Emanuel, El Paso, with respect to the Walmart horrible situation against Hispanics, Asian Pacific threats that are going on. Members of the Democratic caucus who happen to be Asian Pacific have received horrible threats over these last couple of years, anti-Semitism. And so I'm asking, why do we have in this document, and not accept the Nadler substitute, where you're suggesting politicized enforcement of voting laws. I can't even get you to join me on the John Robert Lewis voting enhancement law that would simply put back in place the protection of every American's right to vote. But yet I have to be under the oppressive language of politicized enforcement of voting laws when I lived through the era of Dr. King being assassinated, the civil rights soldiers on the battlefield, if you will, Viola Luiso, the 3 Mississippi boys, the 4 girls in Birmingham, of which we're going to honor this weekend, all being killed in the name of voting rights. But yet I'm going to be subjected to this, and I'm going to be subjected to, you have to understand, the language that says that the FBI is biased is already a statement of fact from your perspective that we're looking not at the FBI and its procedures, but we're looking at it because it is biased. Why not have a document that Mr. Nadler has offered where we can look at all aspects of the FBI protocol, its structure of leadership, its structure of hiring, its policies, but yet we already put in here, don't even worry about having any thought. Let's make sure we know that they're biased, and let's make sure that there's a misuse of counterterrorism resources when communities like mine are subjected to the terrors of domestic, of white supremacy and all kinds of bias against groups that are different. If we had Mr. Nadler's amendment, we could fairly look at all of your issues, and we could take my issues, or when I say my issues, global issues, Mr. Chairman Jordan, and we could all be happy doing the job of this committee. So with that, I support the Nadler amendment, and with my words, I'm sure that Chairman Jordan will pull down this present construct and support the Nadler amendment as well. Thank you.
You were that
Chairman
convincing.
Jordan.
You were that convincing, huh? The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Democrats want to restore the status quo to this committee, they say. Well, unfortunately, the status quo of this committee with respect to immigration has been to ignore the largest illegal mass migration in the history of this country that is making a mockery of our borders, our nation's sovereignty, our asylum laws, and our rule of law. The Democrats refused for 2 years to hold a single hearing on this crisis, as 1.9 million illegal immigrants were admitted into this country and released in violation of federal law, and another 1.2 million gotaways evaded the Border Patrol as it was overwhelmed by this influx. This is an illegal population admitted to this country, larger than the entire population of Arkansas in just 25 months. The impact on our schools, our public hospitals, our homeless shelters, our social safety net, working Americans' wages, and the safety of our communities is incalculable. And yet the Democrats held not a single hearing on this crisis in the 2 years since it began. On the contrary, the few hearings they held on immigration were to increase admissions into our country. They would now like us to continue this business as usual. Last week, as Mr. Klein pointed out, not a single Democrat bothered to show up at the hearing in Yuma to hear the heartfelt concerns of the Americans who are living with this crisis day in and day out. To the Democrats, these cries simply fall on deaf ears. The New York Times, which is hardly a conservative bastion, just ran a devastating and heartbreaking piece on the indentured servitude imposed on unaccompanied alien children as we drop them off with a so-called sponsor, more than 90% of whom are not even their parents, and then we abandon them. And the HHS Secretary's only concern is that we aren't doing it faster? The Democrats obsess over slavery that the Republicans abolished more than 150 years ago, but they couldn't care less about the modern slavery that they have reintroduced into our country that is affecting tens of thousands of children. What specifically do the Democrats not want to look into? I quote, "The adequacy of the Biden administration's enforcement of immigration laws, its open border policies, their effect on American communities, and how they incentivize illegal immigration." What else do the Democrats not want us to look at? Quote, "Whether federal agencies are administering and enforcing these laws with an eye toward integrity and security." They don't want us looking at, quote, "trends in criminal alien gang violence." These are the precise provisions the Democrats specifically do not want us to look at. They are the provisions that would, their provisions would remove this from our oversight.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I won't. But we are not going to accept the Democrat status quo. We are going to aggressively expose the conditions that this unprecedented illegal mass migration has imposed both on Americans and on the migrants themselves, and we will produce legislation to restore the integrity of our borders, the rule of law, and to protect the health, safety, education, and livelihoods of Americans. And I now yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson. Oh,
Would the gentleman yield?
Mr. Biggs, then.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I'll try to go fast. And I appreciate his constant reference to the status quo, because that's what this package that the ranking members produced would get us back to. He wants to get us back to the status quo ante. And what that was, they have a beef, they have an issue with this section, the introduction and the full committee of Part 2, that section there, because the term Biden administration is used as a focal point. I remind my colleagues across the aisle, for the last 4 years, you have spent it going after the Trump administration, even after President Trump was no longer president. You have spent your time, your authority as leadership of this committee, to obsess with Donald Trump. If there was ever a picture on Wikipedia of those obsessed and inflicted with Trump derangement syndrome, it would be my colleagues across the aisle. We're talking about wrongs committed by the Biden administration, or perhaps committed by the Biden administration. They have to be looked at. They have to be held accountable. With that, I'll yield back to the gentleman from California.
I yield back. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank the chairman, and I yield to the gentleman from California.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. A couple of quick points. My colleagues want to investigate crime in the urban areas, and we are deeply concerned about crime in the urban areas. But we're also concerned about crime in a lot of the suburban and rural areas. I'll have you know that in my home state of California, one of the highest murder rates happens to be not in San Francisco, not in Los Angeles, but in Bakersfield, California, home of our new speaker. The murder rate there is double the rate, at least in 2021, was double the rate in New York City. It was double the rate in the San Francisco district of the former speaker, and it's almost double the rate of my area in Los Angeles. Governor Gavin Newsom of California has referred to one county in California as the murder capital of California. It has held that title for 5 straight years. It's not LA County, it's not San Francisco County. Sadly, tragically, the murder capital of California is Kern County, the county that makes up a large swath of California's 20th district. That district belongs to the esteemed Speaker Kevin McCarthy. And so this is an issue in both urban and rural areas, and we shouldn't blind ourselves to the need to investigate crime rates everywhere. I also wanted to point out, again, my colleagues say that there's nothing biased in the rules they propose, no conclusions that are stated in advance, but let's look further. The proposed rules by the majority would say that we should investigate the FBI's purge of conservative agents from within its ranks. Boy, that certainly sounds like it's stating a conclusion. The rules say that we should investigate the FBI's manipulation of domestic violent extremism statistics for political purposes. Again, each of the provisions, so many of the provisions in these rules state essentially the GOP talking points they hope that this committee can somehow validate in the usual kind of ass-backwards way, where you start with the conclusion you want to reach, and then essentially selectively marshal whatever misinformation you can to support a non-factual conclusion. That isn't the way this committee or any other should operate. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman.
Would the gentleman yield for question?
Yes.
You studied the rules here, I presume, the proposed rules. Is there anything in the proposed rules to discuss mass shootings and school shootings and the use of guns by young white men so often to commit these mass shootings? And the fact that Republicans, I believe I saw the last polls, over 75% support background checks, and yet we don't have universal background checks. Anything on that at all?
Well, no, not that I can find. Apparently, that is an issue that is not of particular concern to our colleagues across the aisle. But it is of grave concern to the vast majority of Americans who go through gun tragedy after gun tragedy. We had 4 in a row mass shootings in California. I visited Monterey Park after the terrible shooting there. And how we can blind ourselves on this committee or in this Congress to the suffering, the loss of family members. One thing I just have never understood is how members lack the basic empathy to step in someone else's shoes and understand the terrible trauma of being a victim of a mass shooting. We ought to all understand, or try to understand, how those who have suffered that horrible loss of a child or a parent or a loved one and want to do something about it and do more than give our thoughts and prayers. We ought to want to legislate in ways that are supported by the vast majority of the American people. There's nothing in the rules about this. Apparently, mass shootings aren't a problem in America. Apparently, the everyday tragedy of gun violence in our communities, whether it's a mass shooting or an individual shooting, apparently that's not of concern to this committee. They seem to have come up with ideas to investigate, conspiracy theories, but the reality of gun violence is not of interest. I yield back.
Let me ask you another question, if you yield. Is there anything in here about Article 14 to the constitutional amendment that talks about insurrectionists, people who took an oath to support the United States government, and all enemies, foreign and domestic, and who violate that, not to be able to allow it to be hold office again?
Well, I don't see much interest in my colleagues across the aisle in understanding how close we came to losing our democracy, how massive numbers of people attacked this building, sent us running to a safe place, exposed police officers to extraordinary brutality that resulted in the loss of several lives. There doesn't seem to be much interest in efforts to overturn the election, interference with the peaceful transfer of the power for the first time in our history.
Gentlemen.
And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, one of the most critical things that we can do in this committee and in this Congress is to work toward the objectives of crime prevention and community safety. And any effective effort at crime prevention, any effective effort at a reduction in violent crime or the promotion of community safety must start with examining the causes in the rise of violent crimes and any policies that are affecting those spikes that we're seeing across our country. The amendment that we see here today would specifically remove this language to examine the cause of rising crime in urban areas. And if we do not first undertake that analysis, we would be missing one of the most important parts of informing what those policies should be and what we can be doing to actually make a difference in keeping our communities safe. So in order for us to conduct a thoughtful and thorough review, a thorough look at the causes of increases in violent crimes in urban areas that we're seeing, this very alarming increase in rates that we want to address and we want to get to the bottom of. For that reason, Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, is recognized.
Thank you. It's jarring that this oversight plan is missing any reference to this committee being guardians of our Constitution, especially after the former president suggested that we throw out our Constitution, and then the chairman of this committee tweeted, Trump, Elon, Kanye, held up somebody that would want to throw out the United States Constitution, and then tweeted, kept it up for 60-plus days. The other guy, by the way, Kanye, declared DEFCON 5 on the Jews, and the chairman kept that up over and over and over. Everyone in America is saying, hey, two of those guys, one hates the Constitution, one hates Jews. Maybe you want to take it down. probably doesn't reflect what the Judiciary Committee should stand for, but the chairman, he kept it up. So I guess it shouldn't be so jarring that this oversight plan does not include anything about being guardians of the Constitution, as this great country is on life support. Democracy in America today is on life support. It barely survived the last midterm election. Almost every election denier lost in a statewide race, but it's still on life support. A little shocked that nothing in this oversight plan addresses much of the solutions around crime, which would mean increasing the funding for community policing programs. In the last Congress, we did that. In the CARES Act, in other pro-law enforcement pieces of legislation, we increased funding for law enforcement. Almost every single person on the other side voted to defund the police. One of their colleagues sold campaign merchandise that said, defund the FBI. I'd like it if the other side, once in a while, stood up for those in law enforcement. Whenever those in law enforcement go to the border and seize fentanyl, we should hold them up as heroes. They took hundreds, thousands of pounds of fentanyl and prevented them from coming into America, but instead, to own the libs, they used that to justify the quote-unquote Biden border crisis. Where I come from, when you catch the bad guy, you celebrate the people who caught the bad guy. When George Bush and the FBI and local law enforcement stopped terrorist attacks in America, we didn't say, that was George Bush's terrorist crisis. No, we said, we caught the bad guys, but they can't do that. It's just anything to own Biden, to own the Democrats. And I'm sorry if we don't just rubber stamp this oversight plan, but there's a trust deficit here. And it's not a reflex, it's a response. There's a trust deficit here. And one of the very first committees, the very first committee hearing of this Congress, Mr. Gates, after we had all agreed on what the committee's plan was going to be, it was going to be voice voted, everyone agreed, Mr. Gates wanted to offer an amendment to say the Pledge of Allegiance. That's great. Every single person on our side supported that. Now, I don't think he really genuinely cares about saying the Pledge of Allegiance, but he wanted to do it, again, to own the libs and to see if we would vote against it. We didn't. But who did he bring in here to say the Pledge of Allegiance? Who did he parade in here in a uniform? Somebody that he met at a gun club, he said, locally. Okay. Mr. Cicilline had the crazy idea that maybe we should vet the people who come in here, make sure they're not insurrectionists. Mr. McClintock, I am not kidding you. Mr. McClintock said, well, it's not like we're going to invite somebody who committed murder. No, he literally said that. It's not like we're going to invite somebody who committed murder. Okay, well, who did Mr. Gates bring? He brought Corey Beekman. Corey Beekman, in 2019, was in a standoff with the Michigan police after he was arrested and charged with murder, assault with intent to commit murder, and 2 counts of felony firearm possession. The family of the victims said Mr. Gates doing that, it was like getting a dagger stuck in our heart again. We were infuriated when we first saw it. I was disgusted with the whole thing. That's why there's a trust deficit here. You pull off a public stunt to try and own the libs, and what you did was you brought in a guy who allegedly shot 2 people and killed one of them. That's where the trust deficit is. So you can play your games, conduct your stunts. We're here to get shit done. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, to discuss what Mr. Swallow was saying, let's really go back to what actually did happen. There was a discussion of whether we would have a Pledge of Allegiance to the flag before we began the committee meeting. And it also, we should take note, in the previous committee, 2 years before, they voted it down. They didn't want to have the Pledge of Allegiance. This time, it would have been embarrassing if they voted it or tried to vote it down again because we had the numbers. It was that simple. It was unbelievable. I don't know how we ever even got into a discussion or an argument about it, but guess what? Most Americans, most legislators, most good people think you should stand up, put your hand on your heart, and pledge to the flag. And that's that's what you're arguing about. Second, if you want to speak about what's going on at the border and how many people have been arrested or not arrested, Republicans have always honored the individuals who service the Border Patrol, us on the Border Patrol. They do not honor, quite frankly, what most of the Democrats believe in, which is catch and release. So you catch somebody and then you release them. That's not catching them. That's not making it safer. And the fact that there were a lot of gotaways. Now, you remember, Mr. Swalwell, oh, that's right. You guys didn't go at all to the committee hearing, not one person, I forgot. You weren't there. We were there out to midnight just looking at what was going on. We saw the cartel, we saw what was the kind of activities that are occurring and the problems we have. You know what Americans wanted? We all talked, we went back home. Americans want to hear what we are going to do about crime in the cities and elsewhere. You know what Americans want to hear? They want to know about weaponizing of the FBI and other agencies. You know what Americans want to hear? They want to know where our freedoms are, that parents cannot be involved with their students and what they're learning and are learning things that are quite reprehensible and most parents do not want, but they were punished for getting involved, again, by these agencies.
Would the gentleman yield?
If you want to, I just want to, no, I will not yield. I want to finish this up.
This is a point of order. We didn't say the Pledge of Allegiance today. If you want to do it, we should do it because that's what you guys
and
are.
at some point, I'm sure that we will. But the
We should do
bottom
that if
line
we
is,
agreed to do that, though, right?
the
Gentleman
bottom
from the-
line is we
gentleman from
did
New
agree
Jersey
to
has the
do
time.
it, and it's the philosophical notion of whether you should do it or not, or whether you got right into a meeting and didn't do it. That's the thing.
But it wasn't a stunt.
2 years before, you voted that it should never be done, period. The fear that's here is the fear of finding the truth. The fear that's here is digging in, getting to what the real truth is, and finding out what's really happened over the last 2 years. I've heard the word bipartisanship more times today in this chamber than I have heard, I think in the going on my third term, than I've ever heard. All of a sudden, we're all Mr. Bipartisan. It sure wasn't bipartisan, I can tell you what, in the last term, not even close. So it's about time we dig down, dig in, find the truth, and don't be afraid. And I yield back to my friend, Mr. Johnson in Louisiana.
I thank you so much. If you're just tuning in on C-SPAN or you're just watching the hearing, let's be reminded of what we're doing here. This was supposed to be a simple exercise. We're the House Judiciary Committee. We're required under the House rules to come in and set up our oversight plan for this Congress. We have a document here that we presented that the Democrats object to that simply outlines how we will do that, how we're going to conduct to help determine whether to authorize certain programs and agencies or to inform potential legislative reforms for these entities. We believe that there is some reform that's due here. We believe that the American people can see with their own eyes what is happening. For example, that some agencies of the executive branch of our government have been weaponized against the people. This is not a controversial proposition because the evidence presents itself. So all we're doing here is setting out the rules to look into that, to investigate it, to lay the facts bare for the American people to draw their own conclusions. And our colleagues over here would like to delete major sections of these rules because apparently they don't want you to see some of that evidence. That's what all of this is about. So the subterfuge and the distractions and the extraneous issues that they're throwing in for political purposes really have no place in this. We're just trying to outline the rules for how to do our work. I wish I had more time to expound upon that, but I'm out. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have been interested in trying to have an oversight plan that doesn't leap to conclusions at the very beginning. And I just want to call out the hypocrisy of my Republican colleagues who have suddenly decided that they care about going to the border, because Democrats have been going to the border for many years trying to come up with actual solutions, and in fact we have. We have legislation that has bipartisan support, that has passed the House, and that we couldn't find 10 Republicans in the Senate to vote for. And because of the filibuster, that legislation has been stymied and stalled. But I want to be clear that the reason that we are taking exception with this plan that Republicans have put forward is because it is extremely biased. It is not about finding the truth at all, because this is not one president's, quote, border crisis. This is a result of Republicans refusing to come up with a legal, humane immigration system that actually works for our constituents. And you know why you guys were out there in Yuma until midnight? Because you were looking for people that crossed illegally. But guess what? According to this news report, let me read you the headline. U.S. Representative Jim Jordan, chairman of our committee, and House Republicans scour southern border but don't find any illegal crossings. You were out there with flashlights at the border trying to find people that were crossing illegally, and you couldn't find them. So here's the thing. We are still recovering from the trauma of Donald Trump's cruel immigration policies. And I was on this committee under Republican control, Chairman Goodlatte at the time, and I was the one who brought up the family separations at the border because Republicans refused to look at the truth of what was happening, the truth of hundreds of actually thousands of families who were being separated from their children. You don't have an interest in finding the truth. Otherwise, this oversight plan would not be framed the way it has been framed. And the reality is that we have put forward real solutions. We are ready to work with serious Republicans to pass meaningful solutions, and luckily, it seems like there are a couple of them who understand that the Republican plan on immigration is absolutely the wrong way to go. Unfortunately, they're not on this committee, but we take this humanitarian crisis seriously. That's why we were not consulted on the timing of the Republican hearing at the border, but we will do our own hearing. It will be a real hearing at the border in Texas. We intend to get to the truth of what is actually happening there and once again put forward meaningful solutions. The problem here is that my Republican colleagues would love to have immigrants, undocumented immigrants, illegal immigrants as they like to call them, out there as a punching bag. When in reality, without the work of immigrants, this country would collapse. And the only solution here to really dealing with this issue, which has plagued many presidents before this one, is to pass humane immigration reform. But if we did that, here's the secret. If we were to pass that, then who would be left to blame for the Republicans? And that is a really unfortunate thing. We have seen how the creation of legal pathways can work. When the Biden administration created new legal pathways for nationals of Haiti, Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, crossings between ports of entry for nationals of those countries fell 97%. Democrats have prioritized drug detection, and we funded more than $400 million in non-intrusive inspection systems at the southwest land border. Democrats also funded additional staffing for CBP's ports of entry in the fiscal year 23 omnibus. These are the officers interdicting drugs attempting to enter our communities, and we should continue to work to ensure that they are appropriately staffed and resourced to do their important work. But let's be clear that when you use the language in the immigration section that is in this committee oversight plan, what you are trying to do is politicize the issue of immigrants. You're not trying to solve problems. We are ready to work with any Republicans who are actually willing to solve problems. And there are some. We have passed some bipartisan legislation, but because it is politically useful to you to have this issue out there, you are unwilling to do anything other than politicize it, and that is a really unfortunate thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields
Mr.
back.
Chair,
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a point of order?
I'd like for unanimous consent to make a introduction to the record, article from the Wall Street Journal about crime in rural areas being just as great as it is in urban areas.
Without objection, the gentleman so ordered.
And Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter this article into the record that I referenced.
Without objection. While we're on unanimous consent, I'll enter one as well. This is from The Intercept. I found this story interesting. The snitch in the silver hearse. The FBI paid a violent felon to infiltrate Denver's racial justice movement in the summer of 2020, and yet the Democrats in their amendment want to take out the FBI's use of confidential human sources and informants. So without objection, this will be entered into the record as well. Recognize
Mr.
the
Chairman,
gentleman from
point of
California.
inquiry.
Mr. Rice.
I'm going to try and maintain decorum, so I'm not posing an objection, but the inquiry is, isn't it true under the committee rules that casting assumption as to the motives of members of Congress in legislation or decisions is inconsistent with the House rules and the committee rules?
The rules are clear. Members should refrain from impugning the the motives of their colleagues.
Would the further question, would the chairman be willing to remind members that the conduct that we just heard, talking about why members were unwilling to do things or willing to do things, would have been inappropriate and would have been subject to a motion?
I think the gentleman's statement is a sufficient reminder, and I appreciate him making that statement. We now recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's unfortunate that we cannot have consensus on the issues of immigration and border security. And it's unfortunate, and I have to agree with my Democrat colleagues, it's not just President Biden crisis, it's a national security crisis, but President Biden incentivizes very perverse behaviors that benefit cartels, human trafficking, drug trafficking, and poses really danger to our country because we now overwhelm Border Patrol that they cannot do their job effectively. And I think that should be something that we should be dealing, but I don't see any desire, unfortunately, on the other side to work on this, and it's very sad for me to see that because we do want to have good legal immigration system, and now it's really much easier to immigrate to this country legally. We give a lot of benefits, and as a legal immigrant, it's really a very troublesome procedures, and it's really sad that where we are. But, and we actually did go to the border. I've been in several sectors to see what's happening, and actually where the border wall is, it helps, to Border Patrol to control the situation, but this administration in many places left the gates open, and, cartels are not very dumb when you have a 20 cars escort of Congress members. They're not that stupid with police flashing lights. They're going to wait until we leave and then try to cross the border. But that's beyond that discussion. What I wanted to bring up attention to one of the issues, and which is really unfortunate that we cannot talk about too, and it was deleted in this proposed amendments. It's related to Subcommittee Administrative State Regulatory Reform and Antitrust, the issues of settlement procedures and student settle procedures where, a lot of activist agencies and groups have these friendly lawsuits, and then they settle these suits, circumvent the public rulemaking process. They also pay special interest group, big sums of money, billions of dollars, and special interest group priorities are above the public interest. It's really causing taxpayers a lot of money, undermines Administrative Procedures Act, and really is unconstitutional. We shouldn't just have an oversight. Senator Grassley and I introduced bill last Congress and sent letter to President Biden. It's unacceptable. We are legislative branch, and we're the only branch should be able to put laws on the books. We cannot have these fake procedures and to circumvent all existing procedures, pay a ton of money, and then put laws on the books. I mean, the public is hurt by doing that, not just financially, but bad laws can get on the book like that. So I think this is a very serious situation. I hope we're not just going to do oversight of that, but actually look how we can pass legislation so these loopholes are going to be closed in our code, because we have so much broad authority. We give so much, jurisdiction to executive branch and don't do oversight effectively. We cannot even pass normal budget, and they just send stupid letters, and they send us back responses, and sometimes don't even send responses on some serious issues. So I think we have to figure out how we come together and have less politics. Unfortunately, I don't think it's happening right now, but I do hope there are a few issues, including border security, that maybe we can come together as Republicans and Democrats because it's humanitarian crisis. These people being used as pawns, and a lot of bad people are benefiting from them, but it is also national security crisis. And it's a very serious situation. I've been in 6 sectors, since I've been in Congress for 2 years. I've been in 3 states. The situations are different in each state, but it's a serious situation all across the board. And I think a lot of bad people have an opportunity to take weaknesses of our system and utilize this, and we need to protect the American people. That is our duty, and we need to, regardless who's in charge, Democrat or Republican, we need to question executive branch enforcement of the law and look at this, because there is a total insanity what's happening in our border. And I did go with my Democrat colleagues, and last Congress, be happy to go again, because this is something we need to find common ground, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at this amendment and listening to some of the comments in support of it, it seems that it is really premised on a fundamental misunderstanding of what oversight is all about. Oversight is not about pitting one party against the other. It's about having one branch hold another branch accountable. It's about providing a check and a balance, and there is conflict inherent in that. That's by design. That is the design of our constitutional form of government. That is the separation of powers. And what we have here with this proposed alternative set of this alternative oversight plan is a recipe for dereliction, or perhaps I should say continued dereliction. So we all know, I mean, this is a matter of fact, that there is an increase in crime in major urban areas in this country, including the one that we're in right now. I think that it is our responsibility to understand the causes of that, specifically the causes of the increase. And yet, this amendment would have us do nothing. We all know, this is a matter of fact, that there is a record number of illegal border crossings into this country. I think we need to look at the ways in which the enforcement or non-enforcement decisions by the executive branch are contributing to that problem. Yet this amendment would have us do nothing. We all know, this is a matter of fact, that Americans are overwhelmingly dissatisfied with the condition of our economy. I think we need to look at the ways in which regulations by administrative agencies are contributing to that problem. And yet this amendment would have us do nothing. Mr. Chair, I believe nothing is more partisan than looking the other way, by failing to hold the executive branch accountable simply in order to shield the president from criticism. And so I will be voting against this amendment and voting for the committee's oversight plan, because I think it's time to restore the proper role of oversight in the legislative branch. Thank you, and I yield.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield to Mr. Issa.
Thank you. And I want to not take independent time, but piggyback yours by echoing exactly what you're saying. In my 22 years in Congress, I have seen repeatedly, when these plans come up, suggestions from the minority to add things. I've seen those additions sometimes have a twist to them, if you will, that would imply certain things about, the president or the oversight that's going to be done. This is an amazing one to me, because although none of the Democrats that I've heard so far have actually talked about why and the details of what's being taken out, they've tended to talk about other items. It would be interesting to find out in a broad strokes, and I think the gentleman is absolutely right, why is it that we would want less of anything to be there? After all, this committee's jurisdiction, if there were no plan, starts off with everything and lots more. Everything related to the Department of Justice, everything related to the FBI, everything related to a host of other agencies that come under our jurisdiction. But I do have one question for my colleagues, and I hope it's not completely rhetorical, and that is, isn't there something we left off that you're interested in? Isn't there some part of oversight that you do want to do? I'm not saying that the chairman would automatically support it, but I certainly think that when looking at our plan, the amazing thing to me is after 22 years of being here, it's the first time I've seen the minority not interested in oversight in something that we might, in fact, have missed. So I think the gentleman's exactly right. We're not hearing why they would remove things that are completely valid, even if they're not interested in them. But I would add to that that it's shocking that they can find no areas of interest when in the last Congress, when they were in the majority, they had a great deal of interest and had a broad jurisdictional oversight plan. So it's the gentleman's time. I'd yield back to the gentleman.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I just wanted to add one thing. I commend the chairman for setting up this committee and this plan for oversight. I think it's really important to note that there are $500 billion of programs that are unauthorized in the federal government. And we should take action to authorize those programs when it's effective, to root out waste, fraud, and abuse when we can find it. And we do that with oversight, and we do that agency by agency, and not just pass appropriations bills that waive the rule against unauthorized programs. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Well said. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
A or aye, excuse me. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, asking for a recorded vote.
We'll do the recorded vote, then we'll take up the next amendment. The clerk will call the roll on Mr. Nadler's amendment.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? No. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck? No. Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs?
We'll start doing it this way.
Mr. McClintock?
Saying yes or no.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Sparks?
It's a good question, Dave.
Ms. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Benz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Vandrew? Mr. Vandrew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? No. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Yes. Ms. Jackson Lee votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Schiff?
Aye.
Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
How
Mr.
was
Klein?
gentleman from Virginia recorded, Mr. Klein?
Mr. Klein, you're not recorded.
Ranking member, how's the ranking
Mr.
member?
Klein votes no. Mr. Nadler votes aye.
Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs?
Mr. Biggs, you are not recorded. Mr. Biggs votes no.
Gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no.
Gentleman from,
How's Massey recorded?
Mr. Massey, you are not recorded.
Massey votes no.
Mr. Massey votes no.
gentleman from California, Mr. Liu?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded. Mr. Liu votes aye.
All members been recorded. Gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia, you are not recorded. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Moore, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Moore votes no.
Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Fitzgerald, you are not recorded. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
Is there anyone else? Clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, there are 11 ayes and 21 noes.
The amendment is, the amendment is not adopted. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, amendment at the desk. Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the chairman at first a privileged motion to include in the record an article I referenced earlier from the Daily Beast, June 11, 2022, entitled "McCarthy Blames Crime on Dems While It Rages in His GOP-Led Hometown. The Murder Rate in Bakersfield, California is double that of New York or San Francisco. The mayor and the prosecutor are Republicans." I would ask that to be included in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I'm offering an amendment on page 13. After Violence Against Women Act grants, insert the subcommittee will support.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order. I apologize for interrupting.
Not a problem at all, sir. The subcommittee will support federal efforts to combat domestic violent extremism in the United States, including but not limited to acts of domestic terrorism motivated by all forms of bigotry, including anti-AAPI hate, anti-Semitism, and white nationalism. It is a very simple, straightforward amendment that would make it clear that this committee's jurisdiction will be to oversee and support federal efforts to combat domestic violent extremism with a particular focus on that motivated by bigotry, and I would hope that this would have unanimous support.
Mr.
Without
Chairman,
a reserve.
I withdraw my objection.
Gentleman withdraws. Who seeks recognition on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, is recognized.
I'm only having an opportunity to read it right here, but I don't really understand, first of all, how it is germane to an oversight plan. Is that what we're still on?
Yep.
I mean, I've been out of the committee. I had to run to another one, but I'm back. If what I understand is still pending is the oversight plan. This is the subcommittee will support federal efforts to combat domestic violent extremism. It doesn't even speak about oversight. So it does appear to be, advocating for more of the woke.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'd be glad to yield because maybe you
I think what it means is in the excuse me, the committee's oversight efforts. We will oversee federal efforts to combat domestic terrorism. That is, we will examine them to effectiveness as we are examining other programs.
Well, I thank the gentleman for making the attempt, but that's not what the document says. And I do think, by the way, there's a great deal of oversight to do in the FBI's conduct on so-called domestic violent extremism. I've tried to do a little bit out of it under your chairmanship, Mr. Nadler, but the FBI said they wouldn't answer any questions about, for example, the Whitmer Fednapping plot, and they said there was ongoing criminal prosecutions. They couldn't tell us anything about what they're doing. We've heard from one person who's been in a transcribed interview about how the FBI might be gaming numbers to make that appear to be a bigger deal than it is. So while I certainly think it certainly falls within the scope of what's already in the oversight plan as drafted, but again, this just seems to, I don't even know, candidly, I'm sure I should know what the acronym AAPI is. I don't know what that is, but anti-AAPI hate. I mean, all the acronyms elude me.
Asian American and Pacific Islanders.
Oh, of course, yes, of course.
I
think all that is
the
is
gentleman
odious
yield?
stuff, but I don't know how it has to do with
Will the gentleman yield?
who is asking me to yield?
The author of the
Sponsor the
The
amendment.
sponsor of the amendment, I'll yield to the sponsor.
First of all, I don't consider supporting federal efforts to combat domestic violent extremism as some kind of wokeness. I would hope that all of us on both sides of the aisle would recognize what the FBI recognizes as the predominant terrorist threat in the country, and that coming from domestic violent extremism. If the gentleman's concern is with the word support, that is, if there's a reluctance to support federal efforts to combat domestic violent extremism, I would be happy to accept the friendly amendment that would say oversee federal efforts to combat domestic violent extremism. But I suspect that's not really the genesis of the gentleman's concern, but rather that our efforts to look into domestic violent extremism motivated by hate and bigotry and anti-Semitism would somehow get in the way of the committee's priorities, which seem to be these deep state conspiracy theories. We don't need to look for deep state conspiracy theories when we've got abundant evidence of domestic violent extremism, and we have a rise of each and every form of hate. We see it escalating in social media. We see it motivating people to commit mass shootings. It seems like every week we have an anniversary of another terrible tragedy motivated by hate, as well as a new crime motivated by hate. So I would hope that we would both support and oversee our efforts to make sure that we are bringing maximum resources to bear to confront this predominant terrorist threat, because this is where it's coming from now. It's coming from within.
Let me reclaim my time. Thank you, Mr. Schiff. I do think your commentary amplifies what otherwise appeared to be something other than a neutral and bipartisan purpose behind this amendment. I think it also reinforces that, in fact, you want to go on a soapbox about this notion that seems to be so predominant among the minority to demonize and otherize half of the United States population or more, and call them out to as though they're some sort of enemies to the country. I think that's a very unbecoming thing. I don't think it's in the nature of bipartisanship or any kind of ecumenicism up here.
If the gentleman would yield, I certainly don't think...
I've yielded to you already. You used such time as I gave you in the way you did. But I think it makes it clear what the purpose of this amendment is, and it isn't to improve the underlying resolution. So I would yield back.
I recognize the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to educate the previous speaker that there are 22 million people of Asian American Pacific Islander descent in the country who identify as AAPI.
I just don't know the acronym, because I don't focus on that all the time.
I just wanted to make sure that you knew that there were 22 million people who identify as AAPI. And I also wanted to say that hate crimes targeting the Asian American community have reached unprecedented levels. According to the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism, anti-Asian hate crimes increased by 339% last year compared to the year before. And so I just wanted to make sure you understand how important this amendment by Mr. Schiff is on many levels. And I think it shouldn't be difficult for all of us to agree in a bipartisan way that it's important to investigate, have oversight into agencies' work in identifying and combating extremism. And I wanted to yield the balance of my time to the sponsor, if you'd like it. I know you were trying to get in earlier.
I thank you for yielding. I'm deeply concerned by the gentleman suggesting that he believes that half the country is engaged in anti-Semitism, white nationalism, anti-AAPI hate. I certainly don't believe that at all. I hope the gentleman doesn't believe that. I would hope that the gentleman would recognize, as the FBI has, in 2020, the FBI recorded more than 11,000 offenses related to incidents of hate crimes, 62% motivated by racial or ethnic biases. Americans today are more likely to be killed when on our soil by white supremacists and domestic violent extremists than international terrorism organizations. Why should we have less concern when these acts of terror are committed by our fellow citizens. Indeed, I think we should have even more concern. I find it astounding that an amendment that says that we should support efforts to combat domestic violent extremism in the United States in these forms has opposition, that's somehow considered woke. I would submit that those that think that we're not seeing an explosion of hate are asleep, and maybe they should wake up. Maybe they should wake up. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I would.
I have a friendly amendment I'd ask the gentleman to consider. Would you consider after the term motivated by all forms of bigotry, including put in employees or those standing for the sanctity of life, including employees at pregnancy resource centers?
I'll yield to the gentleman, the sponsor.
I don't think an amendment along those lines belongs in one talking about anti-AAPI hate, anti-Semitism, and white nationalism. There is already language in your existing rules pertaining to violence, and let me find the language already in the existing rules, so I don't think you need to double up on it. The apparent double standard in the enforcement of federal laws, such as selective enforcement of the Free Access to Clinic Entrances Act, et cetera, I think you're already covered. So no, I wouldn't want to water down the language that I proposed on domestic terrorism motivated by all forms of bigotry, including anti-AAPI hate, anti-Semitism, and white nationalism.
Reclaiming my time, I would just say to the gentleman from Colorado, my friend, that we are trying to bring attention to an issue that really is affecting many of us across the country, and I think it should be fairly uncontroversial for our Republican friends who agree with us that this kind of hate and extremism is bad. I know I myself had a gunman show up at my house and tell me to go back to India, and it has caused tremendous challenges. I think these are the kinds of things this committee should be willing to investigate, and I hope my Republican colleagues would agree and vote for this amendment. I yield back.
Oh,
You can have my 30 seconds.
Thank you. So first of all, I am terribly upset, and we've talked about this on the floor, that anybody would approach any member of Congress, especially someone as intelligent and vibrant and thoughtful as you. So please understand that there's nobody in this Congress that approves of that kind of conduct. And secondly, I agree with this motion, this amendment. I just believe it needs to be a little broader to include other forms of hate. It's not that this hate should be acceptable.
My time has expired, but I think that the sponsor has said that this is already covered in other parts of your plan, and so what we're trying to do is add the pieces that are not in there. I would urge the gentleman to support. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. I'd like to recognize Ms. Sparks from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this language sounds more like a resolution, not an oversight, but I actually have a different perspective because I think this actually issue is already covered in our rules and in a much broader way, which is how it should be dealing, because if you look on page 15, last paragraph, we actually already have oversight of civil liberty abuses. And it doesn't limit to any specific abuses. It says a select subcommittee will examine issues related to the protection of civil liberties of citizens of the United States, including whether the civil liberties of citizens of the United States have been violated by executive branch agencies. I think there is no need to go to very political language and details and argue about it. This is already included, and my Democrat colleagues will have an opportunity to include other oversight things within already this oversight plan. So I think there is no need for this specific amendment, and I would urge my colleagues not to support it.
Gentlelady, you.
I yield to the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you. Mr. Schiff, I wanted to ask you another question, if you would consider another friendly amendment. After anti-Semitism, comma, anti-Christian bigotry and bigotry against all faiths.
I would say to the gentleman that I would be happy to accept an amendment that also refers to domestic terrorism motivated by all forms of bigotry, including that against members of any faith. I don't think we need to single out one faith in preference to another, but I would be happy to accept a modification of your amendment.
So are you deleting anti-Semitism and saying all faiths then?
I'm not deleting anti-Semitism because that has been a unique scourge which is on the rise. But as I said, unless you want to add anti-Muslim faith and other religious faiths, I don't think we should single out one to the preference of others.
Well, I certainly am aware of a number of church shootings. There are some, I'm aware of shootings involving Sikhs and some mosques, but the number of church shootings exceeds those of shootings at other religious facilities. And so I would just think that it would be important to send a message that anyone who harbors bigotry against Christians because of their faith is every bit as condemned and repugnant to those members of Congress as any other faith.
Well, I agree. It is as repugnant as crimes against other faiths, and I would be happy, as I said, to accept a friendly amendment that includes all faiths. If that is the gentleman's intent, I'm happy to accept it.
Okay.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I reclaim my time and yield to a gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, and I appreciate the gentleman from Colorado's suggestion, but what I don't understand is the amendment author's suggestion that we wouldn't single out any one faith or group to the exclusion of others, but yet anti-Semitism is referenced in it, and maybe I deserve an education on what anti-Semitism means if it's not directly related to the Jewish faith. But we also would observe the terrible hate crimes that have occurred in some of the black churches in the South and how terrible that is, and there might be good work the committee can do to deter that type of conduct in the future. But if we were going to go to all faiths, might I suggest to the amendment sponsor that we use that not in conjunction with anti-Semitism, but sort of as a fully encapsulating term so that we don't have to list out every single anti-Hindu, anti-Muslim, all of which would be deserving. So I would yield back to the gentlelady from Indiana with the hopes that maybe the amendment sponsor would think more equitably about how we want to discourage bigotry against all faiths.
Would the gentlewoman
Thank
yield?
you. And then I just kind of proves this discussion kind of proves that really we already have the language in our side, what we need, that is really addresses all civil rights and liberties, and we not go debate and look at this one or another group, because then we'll spend all this time listing everything. So I think I will yield to Mr. Bishop.
I just, as I follow the discussion about singling out, I guess it's appropriate to note that there are three things that are singled out. So it talks about, of course, again, I don't think it goes to the question of an oversight plan, but it goes to just sort of expressing a political point, but it objects to domestic terrorism motivated by all forms of bigotry. Then it singles out Asian American Pacific Islander, anti-Asian American Pacific Islander hate from all four other forms of hate, anti-Semitism from all forms of religious hate, and white nationalism from all other forms of racial-based hate. So I don't understand the singling out at all. I yield back.
My time has expired. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in strong support of this amendment. And of course, I think Mr. Schiff's suggestion to change the word support to examine or review or conduct oversight is appropriate. But certainly in setting forth our priorities for this Congress, paying particular attention to federal efforts to combat domestic violence extremism in the United States ought to be part of it. Why? Because the Attorney General of the United States and the Director of the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security have identified racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists as the greatest threat to Americans. So this is consistent with what is happening. We've seen a significant increase in hate, anti-Semitism, and white nationalism in this country, and the violence that flows from it. That's what we heard from the chief law enforcement officials in our country, and I applaud Congressman Schiff for bringing forth this amendment to say, let's include this as part of our oversight. This is a comprehensive amendment. It identifies some of the worst sources of violence in this country right now: anti-AAPI hate, anti-Semitism, white nationalism, and why wouldn't we
as the American people are watching us adopt our oversight plan for this Congress, make it clear that we intend to look at the effectiveness of federal efforts to combat this extraordinary threat to the lives and safety of the American people. This shouldn't be a Democratic or Republican disagreement. Every single person on this committee ought to welcome the opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to attack and effectively combat this scourge of violence, of white supremacist violence, of bigotry and hate that is unfortunately on the rise in this country. So I applaud Congressman Schiff. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I will note in my remaining couple of minutes that I am disappointed yet again, Mr. Chairman, that despite all the flourish, you apparently forgot once again to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So,
Would the gentleman yield?
certainly, I'm happy to leave it to the gentleman.
I appreciate that. So I don't know that the FBI, when they identified domestic terrorism as a significant concern in this country, limited that definition to acts of terrorism that didn't include pregnancy resource centers or acts of terrorism that didn't include black Christian churches.
Well, actually, Mr. Buck, just reclaiming my time, what they said specifically is that the greatest domestic threat facing the United States came from what they both described as, and I quote, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists. So I don't think actually they were making reference to healthcare clinics, et cetera. They were talking about very specifically racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists as the source of greatest danger to the lives and safety of the American people.
Would the gentleman yield again? Of
course.
I will make an offer to the sponsor of this amendment. I am willing to vote for this amendment, so I don't want to pretend that this is a friendly amendment made in bad faith. If you're willing to put a period after the word bigotry and delete the rest of that sentence, I'm willing to vote for this amendment because I believe all forms of domestic terrorism should be condemned. We should look at them. We should have oversight over agencies that look at them. But to single out, and again, my friend from North Carolina is so much more eloquent than I am. He put it very succinctly. You pick one racial group, you pick one religious group, you pick one type of bigotry against race. If you just want to actually look at domestic terrorism, I'm with you.
Will the gentleman from Rhode Island yield?
Yes, I yield.
I've already offered to the gentleman to accept a friendly amendment that adds all faiths. Please bear in mind that the language of the amendment already says including but not limited to acts of domestic terrorism motivated by all forms of bigotry. The reason that anti-AAPI hate is identified is, as we have seen both in the recent mass shootings in California and elsewhere, but also as we have seen among our own colleagues in Congress, a stunning display of bigotry against our colleagues of Asian descent. We've got a problem here of anti-AAPI hate that exploded during the pandemic. We also have a problem exploding of anti-Semitism as documented by the ADL and as documented by the FBI. The predominant terrorist threat comes from white nationalism. It doesn't come from these other sources. So yes, we're highlighting particularly those forms of hate that are on the rise, the dramatic rise. But I'm happy to accept a friendly amendment to include all faiths, if that will earn the gentleman's support. If not, then I will decline.
Gentleman's time has expired. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's move to strike last word. I think what we're seeing here, and I'll join in the concerns raised by the gentleman from North Carolina and the gentleman from Colorado, is that in an effort to add more and more on here, we're recognizing just how many different groups and faiths and ethnicities are being left out. And if we are truly to address acts of domestic terrorism motivated by all forms of bigotry, then that's where the amendment should end. And so I think that the gentleman from Colorado had an eloquent suggestion about how to encompass all of the different faiths that are across this country, and yes, in California, and all of the different ethnicities that are across this country, and yes, in California, and all of the different racial forms of racial bigotry that we want to combat, including those that exist in California. So I understand where the gentleman is coming from, and I think that in an effort to make this as broad as possible, California being one of the most diverse states in the nation, and someone who is seeking to address all of the different diverse groups that exist in the state of California, would want to support ending this sentence at the word bigotry and addressing all forms of bigotry that contribute to acts of domestic terrorism.
Mr. Klein, would you yield?
I yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island.
Thanks so much. I appreciate your observations. What I would suggest that I think Mr. Schiff has articulated, but I'd like to sort of repeat, is I think the amendment acknowledges, of course, there should be appropriate oversight of all forms of bigotry. But I think we all have to acknowledge that with respect to anti-AAPI hate and anti-Semitism and white nationalism, those are areas of particular concern, not because Mr. Schiff pulled them out of the sky, but because we've seen an alarming increase in those areas in particular that have resulted in really horrific violence. And so it's not that we value those communities anymore, but it specifically says including them and calls them out, because as a Judiciary Committee, I think we want to signal to the country that we recognize these three areas that has been just a significant increase of violence. That's not just our impression. The data supports it by every agency that's collected it. So this amendment does both things. It acknowledges our responsibility to combat bigotry of all kinds, and in particular, it acknowledges what we see as alarming increases in these specific areas. And so I think it strikes exactly the right balance. I urge you to not advance this argument about just saying bigotry, but to say out loud where some of the worst harms are happening, and I thank you for yielding.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Rhode Island, and I think that the data would show that in California, you do have examples of different groups that are targeted more and that are seeing that type of violence more than you would see in Rhode Island, than you would see in Virginia. And so I do think that in order for us to represent all of our constituents, and not just those from California, we would want to end the sentence after bigotry and make sure that we can all make it a focus of this committee that we are definitely focused on confronting acts of domestic terrorism motivated by all forms of bigotry, and end it at that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to speak in support of the amendment and remind the committee that in the last session of Congress, we had an extensive hearing on AAPI discrimination and hate crimes, given what has been going on across the country. I will tell you that I am not from California, but the weekend after we had that hearing, and I served on the subcommittee that had that hearing, I went to my district in the Research Triangle area of North Carolina, and there were hundreds of people who had been rallying to stop AAPI hate. And I'll tell you this, which I found to be very heartening and a reason for this amendment and a reason to continue this focus, and that was, it was astounding to me the number of people in my district who watched our full hearing and how important it was to them that this committee and this Congress took the growing AAPI hate issue seriously. And so I want to commend our colleague, Mr. Schiff, for asking that this committee and this Congress continue to highlight this issue because it has not gotten any better. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Lady yields back. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank the chairman. I think this committee's borderline and guilty of perpetrating a hate crime on the American people for forcing them to watch this garbage on C-SPAN.
We're sitting here, and the state of Texas is under open assault right now with wide open borders. And we have members of this committee talking about, oh, they're out with flashlights trying to find folks and couldn't find any folks. Those of us who have been down on the river, literally video recording people coming across and seeing people coming across in a constant stream. How about the video of the 53 dead migrants in a tractor trailer in San Antonio? Do we need to have members out there with flashlights to look for them? How about the 1,000 dead migrants found along the Rio Grande and along the southwest border? So here's the thing. We can go around in circles while the Democrats on the other side of the aisle like to continue to play identity politics and divide us up by acronyms, divvy us up by race, divide the country by race, which is clearly what they want to do. It's a page out of the old playbook. Or we can recognize that we're in the majority and that we're not going to play those games. We're actually going to focus on the right thing. That we're going to actually focus on border security instead of the absolute claptrap that has come from Democrats, leaving this country wide open for abuse and disaster. The 72,000 dead Americans from fentanyl, while members of the other side of the aisle scoff and laugh about what we're trying to do to actually secure the border. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle can continue to try to divvy us up by race while we focus on an FBI that made Scott Smith a poster child as a, quote, domestic terrorist and extremist, which I would note is a part of the amendment the gentleman offers. Scott Smith was labeled a domestic terrorist and extremist because he dared to go to a school board to defend his little girl, who was raped in a bathroom in Loudoun County, Virginia. How about Mark Houck, a dad who had a SWAT team bust down his door in Philadelphia at 7 in the morning in front of his family? Good man. Why was that door busted down? Because he defended his son, where he and his son were exercising their First Amendment rights outside of an abortion clinic, praying in defense of the unborn. So I will just say, an apology to the American people for wasting your time with the continued garbage that we've been experiencing for the last 4 years with Democrats in the majority. But we're going to focus on doing the work of the American people. So we are going to focus on securing the border of the United States. We are going to focus on exposing and undermining and defunding the bureaucratic state at war with the American people. The bureaucrats in a litany of the alphabet soup of agencies in this town that are stifling entrepreneurial spirit, stifling economic growth, stifling the ability to have robust energy security and energy freedom in this country so people can have jobs, stifling the ability of people to exercise their First Amendment rights and live free in defense of the unborn, or even dare go up and defend their little girl in a school board meeting. So my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can just keep playing the old playbook, divide people by race, create more alphabet soup of identity politics. But we're going to focus on the job the American people sent us here to do. And that's what this is about. And I'll yield to the chairman.
Thank you very much. What strikes me as we have this back and forth, and I think it's been of real value, is it appears to me we have an amendment that really wasn't ready for introduction, that it wasn't fully fleshed out as far as all the permutations that this may lead to. And it just concerns me that this amendment really wasn't ready for prime time. I yield back to the gentleman.
Well, I mean, it's not ready for prime time because virtually every amendment you're going to see out of the colleagues on the other side of the aisle for the remainder of this Congress is going to be designed to divide us by race. It's going to be designed to separate America into classes based on racial division. That will be the perpetual flood of amendments and language and rhetoric coming out of the other side of the aisle. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentlewoman from Texas. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in support of the Schiff Amendment, and delighted to come in as my good friend from Texas was speaking, just came from Homeland Security, where we're trying to get the truth on border security, and with some good testimony from the Cato Institute that indicates that the migrant mothers and children are not bringing in fentanyl. So it's good to get facts. And I think Mr. Schiff's amendment is an amendment of facts. The subcommittee will support federal efforts to combat domestic violent extremism in the United States, including but not limited to acts of domestic terrorism motivated by all forms of bigotry, including anti-AAPI hate, anti-Semitism, and white nationalism, issues that I discussed. In fact, I have introduced H.R. 61, amending the hate crimes bill that would include white supremacy bias, not speech, that results in assaults and death as hate crimes, as the hate crime bill indicates. Fair assessment of violence that has caused the loss of life, which this amendment wants us to be assured that we do not ignore loss of life because of hatefulness, because of replacement theory. And these are real issues in this nation. And I've always been proud of America, always, for being able to be a nation to confront its ills, however long it may have taken. Over 200 years that my ancestors faced slavery, but at some moment in history, courageous president, Congress moved forward, one on the Emancipation Proclamation, 2 years late in Texas, 1865, but then on the 13th Amendment ending slavery. We've always been able to confront our ills. Some might call them sins. And right now, domestic terrorism and the bias against groups is real. Why a Judiciary Committee would not want to include this very sane language that would evidence the rise in attacks on the AAPI community, even to the extent of those in the AAPI community who happen to be members of Congress. Even to that extent. We are no less, or no more important, but we have credible ways of explaining it because we have a platform, but it is no less hurtful and no less dangerous. The rise in API, anti-hate and violence, was ignited by the past administration in something called Kung Flu, where persons were being struck down on the streets of New York, San Francisco, and otherwise, not related to who was the mayor or local government, related to people being provoked into hatred and actions. Why not study how that occurred or how we responded to it? There is no doubt that from the Tree of Life Synagogue, that anti-Semitism is also out of control and rising at rapid speed. All of those who profess their love for this community, there's no reason not to amend and add this amendment. This is a thoughtful amendment. And then I certainly cannot ignore, I said it before earlier, well-documented hatefulness as it relates to African Americans, Latinos. And you cannot go far, don't have to go far, than the murderous acts at the Walmart where the El Paso Opacions are still healing. I went to them in the midst of it. I went to funerals in El Paso. And of course, I met the families of the murdered, outrageously, viciously killed grocery shoppers in Buffalo, New York, and to the funerals of those in Charleston, wonderful pastor shot down and murdered because of hatefulness and wanting to start a race war.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I ask that my colleagues join me in a bipartisan manner and support the Adam Schiff amendment to our oversight plan.
Gentlewoman yields.
I yield back. Thank you.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Oregon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to the Congresswoman from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for yielding. I think, as I mentioned earlier, if we worry about violation of civil rights and part of civil liberty is part of it, I think we already have that. If we're talking about domestic terrorism, then I don't think this amendment is written very well, because as a gentleman from Colorado mentioned, it's not all-encompassing, and we do have definition of domestic terrorism. Actually, U.S. Patriot Act expanded its definition, and ACLU was celebrated as definitions were broad enough to cover all potential issues. So if my Democrat colleagues believe that Biden administration is not doing a good job dealing with this issue, we should oversee that. We definitely could do that, but I think this has to use definitions that we have it in the law and make sure that they actually do that, and it should be just stopping at the domestic terrorism, and that amendment definitely not written the way that is really encompassing and properly, and I would urge not support it in this format.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Gentleman yields. Recognize the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to just return to the oversight plan as proposed, which includes a section on freedom of speech, including efforts by some colleges. The subcommittee will examine restraints on free speech, including efforts by some colleges and universities to limit protests, speeches, distribution of literature, petitions, and other expressive activities. Now, the ranking member proposed eliminating the oversight related to the suppression of free speech at colleges and universities, and the individual proposing this amendment supported that change, which is ironic because the place in American society where anti-Semitism has been most pronounced, where it's been emanating from, is our universities. And a favored tool of the forces of anti-Semitism at our universities is to silence pro-Israel views and to make Jewish students and speakers feel unwelcome and excluded from campus life. It's so extreme that just this last fall, 9 student groups at Berkeley Law School actually amended their bylaws to prohibit speakers who express support for Israel. This was condemned by the American Jewish Committee and 35 other Jewish organizations as a vicious attempt to marginalize and stigmatize the Jewish, Israeli, and pro-Israel community. This is unabashed anti-Semitism, they said. In fact, this action has now led to a lawsuit alleging that it violates Title VI of the Federal Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origin at programs that receive federal assistance. As a state representative, I proposed legislation to protect freedom of speech on college campuses, and the leading supporters were dozens of Jewish American groups because they have experienced the nexus between the suppression of free speech at our universities and rising anti-Semitism. So I'm sorry, but it's really hard for me to accept this proposed amendment as anything more than a political stunt when the individual who is proposing it just himself voted to limit oversight of a leading source of anti-Semitism in this country.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield.
So if I understand the gentleman's point, because the gentleman is concerned about anti-Semitism on college campuses, a concern, by the way, that I share, he's going to oppose an amendment that would ask us to oversee acts of anti-Semitism. Others of my colleagues apparently similarly will oppose the amendment. And I suppose the rationale would be if this were a resolution on the floor condemning anti-Semitism, they would oppose that too because it doesn't include other forms of hate. I hardly see how the presence of acts that my colleague from California and I would both disagree with that have an anti-Semitic character should be used to justify opposition to an amendment that says we should oversee domestic terrorism motivated by all forms of bigotry, including anti-Semitism. To me, the one does not lead to the other. Rather, it ought to lead to support for the amendment, not opposition. And I yield back to the gentleman.
I require my time and yield to Mr. Bach.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just wanted to remind my colleague from California about a little history that happened on the floor when some Democrat members made incredibly offensive anti-Semitic comments. The Speaker of the House watered down a resolution of anti-Semitism by including every possible group in the United States of America so that it wouldn't reflect poorly on those particular members of the House who made those incredibly offensive anti-Semitic comments. I think it is only fair that we recognize now that all forms of bigotry should be condemned, not just forms of bigotry where you can run home and tell your constituents that I have protected, and guess what? Those Republicans, they don't like this particular group or that particular group because they voted against my amendment. Condemn all forms of bigotry. Don't pull out a particular group and see what happens. And I yield back to the gentleman. I yield back to the gentleman.
I yield the remainder of my time.
Anyone seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
No question occurs on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, may I offer a friendly amendment in good faith to my colleagues who objected to the word support and replace it with the word oversee, and also insert the language, the phrase, and against all faiths, following all forms of bigotry, and preceding, including anti-AAPA hate, anti-Semitism, and white nationalism. Request unanimous consent to make those changes to the amendment.
I would object just to see a written version. It's fine if we suspend, but I'd like to see it in writing.
I'm happy to hand it out.
Gentleman from California is recognized to clarify or explain the corrections to his original amendment.
I thank the gentleman. There were at least two objections from my colleagues, and I'm happy to try to meet them halfway. One was there was resistance to the idea that this subcommittee would support federal efforts to combat domestic violent extremism. Not sure why that was controversial, but I'm happy to replace the word support with oversee. There was also a request that we include all faiths explicitly, so I have added and against all faiths. I think that ought to meet you more than halfway, and request unanimous consent that that be incorporated into my amendment.
Is it? This is an amendment to the amendment, not unanimous consent.
Correct.
Okay. Well, is there anyone seek to be recognized on the amendment to the amendment? Question occurs on the amendment to the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say yes. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chairs and noes have it. The amendment to the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the gentleman from California's amendment.
I thank the chairman. For what rather inexplicable reasons, the majority has now voted against including all faiths. I would say that's sort of a bad faith objection to including all faiths after making...
The gentleman's... Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman. It wasn't, gentleman wasn't recognized to speak on the amendment. I think he already has when he introduced it. So the question is on the amendment. All those in favor say yes. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I request a roll call vote.
Any of the chairs and noes have it. Roll call vote being requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? No. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Aye. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff?
Aye.
Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swallow? Mr. Swallow votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Nagoose? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Gates, you are not recorded. Mr. Gates votes no.
Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no.
Gentleman from California.
No.
Gentleman.
McClintock votes no.
Mr. McClintock votes no.
Gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Buck votes no.
Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Fitzgerald, you are not recorded. No. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
Gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no.
Anyone else? Gentleman from Texas.
Yes. Mr. Nels votes no.
All members having voted, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 10 ayes and 21 noes.
The amendment is defeated. Ms. Scanlon, what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania has an amendment. Clerk will report.
Amendment to the Committee on the Judiciary Authorization and Oversight Plan for the 118th Congress, offered by Ms. Scanlon. On page 10, strike the paragraph beginning "protecting the sanctity of life" and replace with the following: the threat of a nationwide abortion ban. The subcommittee will examine the threat posed by a nationwide abortion ban to women's lives, reproductive health, bodily autonomy, and equality.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered. Point of order being registered from the gentleman from Pennsylvania. The gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would add to the Constitution Subcommittee's oversight agenda an examination of the threat posed by a national abortion ban to women's fundamental rights, their lives, their reproductive health, their bodily autonomy, and equality in the wake of the Dobbs decision. Members of this committee should not be afraid to ask questions about the ramifications of such a ban at a time when significant portions of the Republican Party and the anti-abortion movement have made it abundantly clear that they're determined to enact a nationwide ban on abortion. We know that this concern is not hypothetical. In September, Republicans led by Lindsey Graham in the Senate and 101 members of the House introduced a bill to ban abortions nationally. And last May, the Washington Post reported that leading anti-abortion groups and their allies in Congress have been meeting behind the scenes to plan a national strategy, including a push for a strict nationwide ban on abortion. Access to the full range of reproductive health care, including abortion care, is central to women being able to participate as equal members of society. Control over one's body is a basic mark of human dignity. Access to essential reproductive health care is a human right. Yet for the last 249 days, since the Supreme Court issued its decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, for the first time in 50 years, the constitutional underpinnings of that right to abortion care have been called into question. By overturning 50 years of precedent, beginning with Roe v. Wade, the court has already denied women in many states the right to equality, bodily autonomy, and the essential life-saving health care, a right that they had justly relied upon to order their lives for almost half a century. In so doing, the court effectively took away an individual's power to decide the fundamental question of whether to carry or terminate a pregnancy, and instead gave that power to politicians. According to the New York Times, as of February 10th, 2023, 13 states have almost completely banned abortion. One state has imposed a 6-week ban before most women even know that they're pregnant. And 4 states have imposed abortion bans at 15, 18, or 20 weeks, laws that would have been clearly unconstitutional under Roe. All of these bans ignore the facts and the biology of pregnancy and the multitude of medical, emotional, legal, and financial determinations that may go into the complicated decisions about pregnancy and reproductive health care. In states that have enacted abortion bans already, those bans harm all women, but are particularly harmful to low-income women and women of color. Blocking or severely restricting abortion care access will only serve to further deepen social inequalities. Furthermore, the restriction in those states have already had ripple effects in other states, as people are forced to travel to those states to obtain the health care that they need. I strongly encourage all my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized.
Well, we oppose this amendment for lots of reasons, but it does present an opportunity to talk about the facts related to this issue. It was 50 years since Roe v. Wade was decided, and Democrats have failed to generate any widespread acceptance of their radical anti-life policies in state legislatures or in Congress. These are the facts. The American people do not support elective abortion on demand throughout all 9 months of pregnancy, nor does any other country in the developed world, but Democrats in Congress do because they voted on that in the last Congress. The majority of Americans support reasonable restrictions on abortion. Most Americans do not support taxpayer funding for abortion. The majority of Americans do not believe abortion should be allowed after the first trimester. The vast majority of people in this country, 90%, believe it is possible to have laws that protect both the health and well-being of a woman and the sacred life of her unborn baby. The United States is one of only 7 nations that allow elective abortion on demand after the 20th week of gestation, and the list also includes North Korea and China. In the last Congress, this committee, the Democrats in this committee, held 3 hearings on abortion. They used these hearings as an attempt to delegitimize the Supreme Court and its ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health, which overturned Roe, of course. The leak of the draft Dobbs opinion was unprecedented. No draft decision in the modern history of the court has been disclosed publicly while the case was still pending. The leak resulted in a harassment and intimidation campaign against the conservative justices themselves that included illegal picketing outside of their residences, bounties for sightings of the justices in public, and even an assassination attempt upon one of them, Justice Kavanaugh. The leak also led radical anti-life fanatics to target, destroy, or vandalize over 100 pro-life facilities and churches. More than 2,700 pregnancy care centers nationwide serve millions of people annually. House Democrats never condemned all those actions. They never condemned the firebombing of the clinics and the destruction of churches and pro-life organizations. We had to pass a resolution on the floor in order to do that. This Congress, several weeks ago, I think we only got 3 Democrats in favor of that. In addition to publicly intimidating the court and conservative justices for issuing opinions that Democrats dislike, Democrats sought to politicize the court by introducing radical legislation to pack the court with 4 new left-wing justices. In response to the Dobbs leak, I introduced the Leaker Accountability Act, and that bill makes it knowingly sharing confidential information from the Supreme Court a crime punishable by a fine of up to 5 years in prison. We have to do that because no action has been taken. We still don't know who the leaker was. And desperate times call for desperate measures. We need legislation to do that. Look, this is an issue that is of great concern to us. It's an issue that now devolves to the states because of the Dobbs opinion. And I think that's where a lot of people believe it belongs. But there is no nationwide abortion ban that is on the books. It's not going to be, and this is an amendment and an attempt to politicize the rules, which is exactly what our friends on the other side of the aisle have been saying they do not want to do.
Would the gentleman yield
No,
for
I
a
won't
question?
yield. No, I won't yield. We're going to oppose the amendment because there's no place for it in the rules, and I think it speaks for itself of what it is. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman witdraws. Who seeks? Gentleman from Rhode Island, who I understand is leaving us.
Not today.
Not today. I understand that as well. He's recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment and want to thank Congresswoman Scanlon for its introduction. I think it's an important amendment that I think the American people have a right to know that the Judiciary Committee recognizes the dangers that a nationwide abortion ban presents to women and families in this country and demonstrates a commitment to provide effective oversight of the implications of that. The notion that this is not a real threat is, of course, folly. The Senate Majority Leader and over 100 House Democrats introduced a bill to enact a national abortion ban, so this isn't theoretical. This is a real issue. But I really asked for time to respond to the gentleman, Mr. Johnson's suggestion that this Roe versus Wade embodied some radical position. In fact, Roe versus Wade was well settled and well accepted law in this country. And in fact,
an overwhelming majority of the American people, more than 6 in 10, thought the Supreme Court had decided Roe versus Wade correctly and opposed the decision by the United States Supreme Court to reverse that 50 years of precedent. So the notion that you would describe that as some radical left ideology rejected by the American people is just not true. Google it. Do some research. Every single poll says overwhelmingly the American people supported Roe versus Wade. It was firmly accepted as the law of the land for 5 decades. And with that, I would like to yield the balance of my time to the extraordinary author of this amendment, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Cicilline. I think the other thing we need to be clear about here is that Roe did not authorize abortion on demand at any time under any circumstances. There were limits there, and that is the purpose of the Protecting Women's Health Care Act that we passed last term as well and would like to pass again. But to the point, can I understand Mr. Johnson to be saying that he would approve abortion in the first trimester because you're
No, absolutely
speaking
not.
to? Okay.
No.
Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Gentleman yield back.
I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
And thank you. I'm so glad that Ms. Scanlon asked that question because it illustrates what this is really about, which they want an absolute ban. And Mr. Johnson very articulately said that they're open-minded to anything other than abortion on demand. And then when the screws were just put to him, well, would you support it in the first trimester? Which he even alluded to reasonable restrictions, and he referenced the first trimester, but when asked directly said no, because they don't support a woman making her own healthcare decisions. This side squarely wants government-mandated pregnancies, and I yield back.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, is recognized.
I move to strike last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at this amendment, I'm reminded of the debates that we had last year about the legislation that was put forward that apparently either the minority has forgotten about or attempting to suggest to the American people here today that the legislation they put forward, all it did was codify Roe. Well, it didn't just codify Roe. It was much broader than a codification of Roe, and in fact would allow abortion on demand up to the point of birth. And what is happening in the states, we are seeing, in Virginia, we saw a former governor suggest that it would go beyond that what he would support would, and that what many radical leftists would support would be abortion on demand up to the point of birth and beyond. And so what happened in Virginia was a recognition that there is an extreme on this debate. It is on the side of the left, and rather than standing for life, they are continuing to push for these extremist policies, both at the federal and at the state level. And we will stand in opposition to that. But we will also stand for life in this committee, and I think that in addition to making sure that, as the proposed rules state, that we examine the constitutionality and enforcement of federal and state statutes relating to anti-life measures, which I think is appropriate. We should also look at federalism because, and in the proposed rules it says, the subcommittee will examine the proper balance between the finite powers allocated to the federal government by the Constitution and the powers reserved to the states. This document does not mention abortion anywhere. The Dobbs decision correctly identified that it is covered under the 10th Amendment, that it is reserved to the states, absent any federal legislation to that fact. And so that was a correct decision by the Supreme Court. But I think that it's within the power of this committee to examine that and examine the radical legislation that is arising in Democrat-led states that would allow for abortion up to the point of birth. And I would
the gentleman
yield to the gentleman from Louisiana.
Well, thanks. I would just quote from the majority opinion in Dobbs. It says it very well. Justice Alito said Roe was egregiously wrong from the start. Its reasoning was exceptionally weak, and the decision has had damaging consequences, obviously. He continued, the inescapable conclusion is that a right to abortion is not deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions, and on the contrary, an unbroken tradition of prohibiting abortion on pain of criminal punishment persisted from the earliest days of the common law until 1973 when Roe was enacted. We hold, the court said, that Roe and Casey must be overruled because the Constitution makes no reference to abortion, as you said, and no such right is implicitly protected by any constitutional provision. It's not in the text of the Constitution, it's not in its meaning, it's not in its structure. It was egregiously wrong, and it was finally overturned after nearly 50 years. That was a good thing for the country. We don't want to go down this road again, and for that reason, we oppose the amendment. I get back to you.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back.
Gentleman yield.
We'll get you next. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Chairman, this debate is so egregious, I don't know where to start. First of all, let me mention, you talk about the popularity of abortion. Mr. Cicilline, I think, said it, he cited polls of 60%. Every single referendum that's been held in the last few years, the people of the state, in red states, in Kansas, have voted to legalize abortion. Every single one of them. Not one went the other way. Dobbs was egregiously wrong. It's the first time in American history that a right previously recognized under the Constitution of the United States was taken away. And it will go down in history with Dred Scott. You talk about, Mr. Johnson talked about the resolution that we opposed at the beginning of the session to oppose violence at pregnancy crisis centers. Well, he fails to mention there has been pregnancy at violence at abortion crisis centers, and they ought to be condemned. There's also been violence and murders at Planned Parenthood centers, at abortion clinics, and that ought to be condemned too. But when I offered the amendment on the floor to add that to the bill, or the resolution, I should say, the resolution said we oppose violence at pregnancy crisis centers. And I offered an amendment to add and also at abortion clinics. The Republicans voted it down. And that's why we voted against the one-sided resolution. Not because we favor violence at pregnancy crisis centers, but because the resolution said we're opposed to violence at pregnancy crisis centers, but violence at abortion clinics is fine. I think it was someone mentioned that we had legislation to ban we had another resolution at the beginning of this session. 20 years ago, we passed the Born Alive Infant Protection Act, which I supported. And it says that if an infant, as a result of what the majority characterizes as a botched abortion, was born alive, you had to protect it. Well, of course. I said it was unnecessary because it's murder in every state if you don't take measures to protect a baby, or if you kill a baby. It's murder in every state, but if you want to add something in florid language to say the same thing, fine. So now, at the beginning of the session, the majority brings up the Born Alive Infant Protection Survivors Act. And what does this say? It just repeats it. You have to take care of the baby, but adds, and you have to rush it to the hospital. But the medical person on the spot, people on the spot, may think that it is not in the baby's interest to rush to the hospital. Maybe the baby's the hospital's 100 miles away. Maybe the baby can't be transported. So I offered an amendment to say that, of course, you've got to take care of the baby according to the best judgment of the medical practitioners who are handling it. The majority voted it down. Why? I don't know. Maybe to try to label Democrats as anti-life or something, as anti-living children or something. But the fact of the matter is, the majority has dealt with this whole subject dishonestly since the beginning of this session. They at least Sometimes they admit that they want an abortion on demand. I'm sorry, a total ban on abortion. Sometimes they don't. The people of this country do not want that. Yet that is the direction we are going. This amendment, it simply says the subcommittee will examine the threat posed by a nationwide abortion to women's lives, reproductive health, bodily autonomy, and equality. We should certainly examine it. We're examining every other thing. We're examining the majority's fictitious FBI targeting of school board members. We should examine this too. I support the amendment, and I yield back.
I would just point out the people of this country don't want partisan enforcement of the FACE Act. The people of this country don't want opinions by the Supreme Court leaked for political purposes. The people of this country, I don't think, want a court that is packed where you add 4 new associate justices so that you dramatically change the context of the court, the complexion of the court. I don't think they want that. I think what they want is equal enforcement of the laws, and that is what our oversight plan would seek to look at and investigate. With that, I yield to the gentleman from Colorado.
I thank the chair for yielding, and I appreciate the ranking member's reference to the term honesty. The title of this amendment is "The Threat of a Nationwide Abortion Ban." And I'm trying to figure out, as I look across the aisle, is a abortion ban in place in Pennsylvania? I don't believe abortion ban is in place in Pennsylvania. I'm certainly sure it's not in place in California or Rhode Island. I don't think anybody on the other, or New York, I don't think anybody on the other side of the aisle believes that there is a threat of a nationwide abortion ban. There is, right now, a decision from the Supreme Court and law that holds that the issue of abortion should be taken up state by state. As the ranking member mentioned, every state has legalized abortion. Some states, unbelievably, and my state is one of them, and I'm thoroughly embarrassed that my state is one of them, has abortion up until the time of birth. Now let's just make sure we understand something, because we use terms like late-term abortion, and it's so polite, and it's you know, you could go to a cocktail party and you could talk about late-term abortion and not really offend anybody. You're talking about ripping the arms off of a unborn baby, and then the legs, and then the head, a beating heart, a central nervous system that is fully functional. And all of you sit on that side and suggest that we are in favor of a ban on abortion. I'll tell you something the American people aren't in favor of. They aren't in favor of ripping the arms off of a baby, and the legs, and the head, and pulling that baby out as if it was some group of cells. That baby is a living human being. It just happens to be inside of its mother at the time. That's disgusting. That's not what America stands for. And I'll tell you, I absolutely am in favor of a threat on late-term abortion. But this language is misleading, it's incorrect, and it just is absolutely false that we believe that in this country there is a threat of abortion on demand. And there's a gentleman from, I yield back.
The gentleman yield.
I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
I appreciate the gentleman from Colorado's sentiment. My godson, who lives over in Old Town Alexandria, is alive today because his mother rejected the advice of the doctor who said that he should be aborted because of a bad scan. Scan ended up being bad. But she had to make a decision in a fleeting moment with the doctor pressuring her to have an abortion. Thankfully, she rejected it. I hope to make his basketball game tonight. That's where I hope to be. One of my staffers, same thing, 25 years ago. He and his twin brother, his parents were told they should be aborted, being pressured by doctors to abort them because of a medical
scan. Again, thankfully, their parents decided to reject that doctor's pressure. This is pretty simple, ladies and gentlemen. We believe in protecting all forms of life, the unborn, babies. The other side of the aisle does not. That is the simple truth. This is not hard. This is why elections have consequences. We will continue this back and forth, but the simple truth is we believe in protecting life. That's it. Our Democratic colleagues could not even bring themselves to vote for legislation a mere few weeks ago that would protect a child born alive. That is the truth. One Democrat, one, voted yes for legislation to ensure that a child born alive would not be left on the table to die rather than seek medical help. So let's be very clear about this. We're for life. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to introduce an article.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady is recognized for a unanimous consent request.
It's a Pew Research article entitled "Majority of Public Disapproves of Supreme Court's Decision to Overturn Roe v. Wade." Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, seeks recognition.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, no matter how often my colleagues on the other side of the aisle see fit to bring forth examples that are just not regular occurrences in terms of women having reproductive freedom, no matter how often they bring up examples that are just inapplicable and extreme, they will never be able to change the minds of the American people who support, by a large margin, a woman's right to have reproductive freedom over her own body. And my friends on the other side of the aisle have been on a crusade over the last 50 years to pack the courts so that they could get a ruling to achieve their political objective, which was to do away with abortion. They have used abortion over the last 50 years as a cudgel to divide people, to misinform people, and to actually control women. This amendment, which I rise in favor of, is something that people of good faith should be interested in. What are the ramifications of a nationwide ban on abortion? My friends on the other side of the aisle don't want to delve into that question because they try to deny that their goal is a nationwide ban on abortion. They try to hoodwink and trick people into believing that that is not their goal, but we all know that that is your goal. You've accomplished it on a federal level by packing the United States Supreme Court. You've also been packing legislatures across the country with right-wing, anti-freedom individuals who are of the same accord as you. They want to take away a woman's right to reproductive freedom. Why? Because it's a good political issue. And I would note, just looking at my friends on the other side of the aisle, everybody looks the same and not a single female over there. And this is something that's typical of this debate over the years. It's been something that men, in their esteemed wisdom, have decided is the agenda. But you're not convincing the American people to go along with you. And the American people are watching today, they're listening to you, and they don't believe a word that you said. And they know what you're doing is anti-freedom. And with that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, is recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much. So if we had a full dais over here, let's see, we would see the gentlewoman from Wyoming. We would see the gentlewoman from Florida. We would see the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt. We would see Ms. Spartz, the gentlewoman from Indiana. Those would be among the people you would see over here if you had a full dais. Sorry you didn't get to see them. I yield to Mr. Johnson. I'm moving to the chair. Hold on. Thank you for yielding, Ms. Tiffany. Look, I just want to point out, again, what Justice Alito said so well, articulated so well in the Dobbs opinion. He said it is an inescapable conclusion that the right to abortion is not deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions. On the contrary, he points out an unbroken tradition of prohibiting abortion on pain of criminal punishment persisted from the earliest days of the common law until Roe in 1973. The fact is that prior to Roe, our laws in this country did respect and protect the sanctity of human life, and the reason is why. It goes back to our nation's birth certificate, the Declaration of Independence. And this can't be said too often because it is a simple and profound and important truth because it helps define who we are as a country. In our nation's birth certificate, the famous language in the second paragraph is that we hold these truths to be self-evident. It's a self-evident truth that all men are created equal, not born equal, but created equal by God, by our Creator, and that He is the one that gives us our inalienable rights, and among these, the rights to life, obviously. Liberty and the pursuit of happiness, life is listed first. Listen, the founders, the ones who put this country together, recognized that life was sacred because it is given to us by our Creator, by God. And they recognize that we are indeed made in that Creator's image. We're made in God's image. And because of that, every single human person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin or where you went to school, what zip code you live in, what you do for a living, how good looking you are. None of that is relevant. Your value is inherent because it is given to you by your Creator. He's the one that gives us our rights. That first right is the right to life. If you don't have the right to life, you can't pursue liberty. You can't pursue happiness. You can't exercise your freedom if you're not here. And so it's a simple, self-evident truth that the country was built upon. And that's why our nation and its laws respected this under our constitutional tradition until Roe was hoisted upon the people by a majority of the court. Finally, that egregious error has been overturned. And by the way, no one said it yet, but about 63 million American children were aborted since 1973, January 22nd of 1973, when Roe became the law of the land. It's a profound tragedy. It has impacts on all aspects of public policy and everything about our culture and all that we know. I mean, we have an aging population here. We don't have able-bodied workers, enough of them in the economy to support our programs, Social Security and Medicare, for example. They're all scheduled to go bankrupt in less than 10 years, some of them. But why? Because we don't have enough people paying into the system to support those programs. And why is that? Because 63 million of them were aborted. They're not here. I was born in January of 1972, almost exactly 1 year before Roe v. Wade, and it has dawned on me many times that number, 63 million, represents somewhere between 1/2 and 1/3 of my entire generation. So my high school graduating class probably should have been at least 1/3 larger than it was, maybe more. But my colleagues weren't there, my friends weren't there, my classmates weren't there. The ranking member, Mr. Nadler, said just a few moments ago, he gave us a long explanation about how, hey, it's murder to kill a baby, and that's why originally, many years ago, he supported the Born Alive Infant Protection Act, but he does not believe that it's murder to kill that baby if it's 9 inches further up the birth canal. Prior to its birth, a late-term abortion, they're okay with that. I mean, almost every Democrat in the House currently voted for those kinds of policies to allow for abortion on demand up until the moment of birth. You have to not let that fact escape you. You have to look at the record of what has been voted on in this House in the last couple of years and recognize that they're on record. So as Mr. Roy, my good friend, said earlier, it is really simple. At the end of the day, we'll haggle about the rules here. We'll haggle about nuances and language in these policies, et cetera. But at the end of the day, there's an inescapable conclusion. One side in this country supports and defends and respects and wants to protect the sanctity of human life, and the other side simply doesn't. And that is something that is hard to get over. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Chairman?
I'd like to
Oh, I'm sorry, yield back to Ms. Tiffany. It's
use
still
the
his
balance
time.
of my time.
Sorry.
Since there's some demographic profiling that's going on in the chamber here at this point, I would urge any of those members that are thinking in that manner to take a look at the roll court in 1973 and do a profile of those 9 justices. I yield back.
Would you yield, Mr. Okay.
Gentleman from Texas.
Okay, gentleman yields back. Okay. Ms. Jackson, Texas, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much. I've been serving on this committee with my friend from Louisiana for a very long time, and we find moments of bliss, of agreement, and moments of vigorous disagreement, but with gentility and respect. And so, with respect, I take harsh disagreement with one side of the country is this, and another side of the country is that. And that is the very language that continues to divide us and suggests that views are to be disrespected or demonized. I take issue with that. I will not take a back seat to my patriotism or to my respect for the lives of all Americans, men and women, and I will not step back for my respect for reproductive freedom, and I will not divide it by one side or the other. I will say that there are men and women in this country that understand the gentlelady from Pennsylvania's very succinct, simple, and non-divisive amendment. Because what it says is that we will look at, which means that we may look at the views that Mr. Johnson has at the same time, the attempts to nationalize what the Constitution, until interpretation by those jurors who countered what their testimony was during their confirmation hearing, this idea of disallowing health care to women, disallowing women to make decisions with their family, their faith leader, undermining their reproductive health, which can cause death, such as the intense numbers of black maternal mortality, and, of course, the autonomy and respect for each individual human being, which is so important, and the overall equality of all of us under the Constitution and, yes, under our individual faith. This is a simple amendment that just allows us to make sure that we cover the very issues that the Judiciary Committee addresses, not in any way suggesting anyone's views are better than someone else's views. It just simply says that the Judiciary Committee's responsibilities are vast. It evidences the standing room only for members who wanted to get on the Judiciary Committee, because they see this committee as having vast authority and importance in the culture and law and protection of the Constitution. And I'd spent a lot of time with that book, and in essence, in spending a lot of time with that book, while the staff that is in front of me is laughing, I hope they're having a good humorous time on something that is as serious as this. Your new staff, but your protocol needs to be improved. Thank you for your service. This is, in some instances, life or death. And I believe this amendment is crucial to the oversight plan of this Judiciary Committee. And as I was beginning to say, nothing in the Constitution violates or indicates that we should not be looking at the Ninth Amendment, which still exists, due process, equal protection of the law. Ms. Scanlon's amendment falls in several of those categories. And to me, it is obviously important. that we have this language in. This is emotional. We in this committee should find a way to discuss this issue on facts and respect. And I also, as I've been in this committee for a very long time, where we named a legitimate birth procedure that was to save the life of the mother, when crying mothers came here and said, I did not want to proceed, I was told that I would die. And they named it partial birth abortion. And I had to live through that. Take all of the accusations from all of the outside groups, but stood on the grounds of the Constitution of these crying mothers who did not want to proceed, but the doctor insisted that they would die. And so it is important that we do our duty here, and the duty is to support the amendment that Ms. Scanlon has offered, and I think she's offered it without divisiveness and an effort to make sure that we do our job. So Chairman Jordan, I again hope that I have raised enough concern that you'll find some bipartisan support, not for abortion. This is not asking us to support abortion. Let me be very clear. It is just simply asking us to include as our duty to look at all of the aspects of our constitutional authority. I yield back. I support the Scanlon amendment.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's one of the most difficult subjects to even approach, and I think, and I know most of you know, I'm a dentist, and as you go through dental school, at least where I went, you had to also be involved with autopsies and many areas that dealt with human life and human death. We also had the opportunity to go to these safe clinics, these wonderful places where they help women. They don't force them to make the decision to have a baby, but they help them to really realize that there is help out there, that they will get them financial help, that they will get them medical help, that they will take care of them in the most loving and wonderful ways. And they had younger ladies that worked there and older ladies that worked there. And I had some female staffers with me who had never been exposed to a lot of this. And I bet not everybody in this room has actually seen an abortion. And I don't blame you if you hadn't, because it's rough going, let me tell you. And I believe it might have been Mr. Buck that described, it was one of you, of what it really is. And again, I'm a real basic guy, so I just say in real basic words, it is tearing apart a human being, especially as they are in their later trimesters. My staff cried. They literally cried when they saw this. To see this little baby that would have been, and it was a video, just about born, but was just hacked apart. I don't know how in a civilized society we do that. You can have an argument that we have to take care of them, that we have to help, that we have to get people through this. But how can we do that? How can we take a baby and tear it apart? I mean, this goes back to like Genghis Khan. And I can't believe that the majority of women, when they really see and hear, and they're finding that a lot of younger women are totally disgusted when they do see it, and they do hear it, and they do look at it. It's not good. It's not good for our souls. It's not good for our hearts. It's not good for our country. I don't believe it's good for our women. It makes us so hard and, in essence, cruel. And I think it's a bad thing. I really do. And it's taken me a number of years to get to this point of a lot of things that I've seen. It's hurtful. But the most wonderful thing I want to say about this place, or numerous places that I visited, even those who got the abortion and didn't listen to them were always welcome to come back. And they came back to the facility. And the people in the facility helped them get through the post-traumatic horror of what they were going through, because a lot of them were never right. Some of these women are never, ever, ever right. It's their baby. We've all seen babies are beautiful, wonderful things. It's a gift from God. Are we at a point in our country that we can't say that? Babies are a gift from God. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen, is to see my children born and to see my grandchildren. Nothing. Nothing compares to it. Nothing compares to it in anything I've done in my life. So I just want to say that because we shouldn't, and then I want to turn this over to my friend, Mr. Bach. But I don't think we should act like it's a good thing and it's a right thing and it's a wonderful thing and we're fighting for this great thing. It's a bad thing and it's something of last recourse and it's hurtful. It hurts the country, hurts us inside. I yield my time to Mr. Bach.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I would just warn my friend from New Jersey that he's being unfair to Genghis Khan. No way he was as barbaric as we are in this country in what we're doing. And I appreciate my friend from Texas mentioning a few individuals. I know a gentleman who I have a great deal of respect for. His mother was raped. And his mother made the decision to have the baby. He went on to serve in the United States Army. He went on to serve as a police officer in Colorado. He went on to serve as a mayor of one of our larger cities in Colorado, all because his mother made that decision to have that baby. I also met a young man in Colorado Springs whose head was pierced during an abortion. He was born and was in his teen years. He had some mental difficulty, but he told the story about how the doctors said to his mother, "Something has gone terribly wrong. Your son has been born." And now is a valuable member of his community. What have we done in this country? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I rise in strong support of the gentlewoman's amendment to examine the threat posed by a nationwide abortion ban to women's lives, reproductive health, bodily autonomy, and equality. Tragically, as a result of the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs, millions of women in states throughout the country have lost their right to bodily autonomy and their reproductive freedom. This has presented a grave threat to women's health. It has meant that women have had to undertake difficult and dangerous travel to seek reproductive freedom. It was a tragic decision by the U.S. Supreme Court, and it's worth our thinking about how we got here. We got here because Mitch McConnell successfully packed the Supreme Court. He did so by withholding even a hearing for almost a year from a nominee, Merrick Garland, nominated by Barack Obama, and then in chokingly hypocritical fashion, jammed another confirmation through of Amy Coney Barrett while people were literally voting for Joe Biden to be president. So after withholding one nomination because the election was still 10 months away, he then turned around and jammed a confirmation through when there were less than 10 weeks before the next election. As a result, there are two justices on the court who would not have been there, but for the gaming of the system. That's how the court was packed. Compounding the problem, of course, was the testimony of these justices, in which they assured the Senate that they would abide by precedent. And of course, they didn't. They threw out decades of precedent. This is not a conservative legal court, not anymore. A conservative legal court would have some respect for precedent. This is a partisan and reactionary court, a court with a reactionary social agenda, and we're just seeing the beginning of it. As Justice Thomas made clear, this is just the first right that he's contemplating repealing. So how do we address that problem that for the next generation, for my kids who are in their early 20s, that if nothing changes, they're going to live their entire adult lives under a partisan reactionary Supreme Court unless it's unstacked, which is why I support Representative Johnson's legislation to expand the size of the court. I also think we ought to have term limits on justices. And I certainly think there should be a code of ethics for the Supreme Court. My colleagues have bemoaned the leaking of the Supreme Court opinion, and I certainly condemn the leaking of a Supreme Court opinion. But I'm more concerned, frankly, about the impact of the court decision than its leak. And how many millions of women have had their rights stripped away, and a lot of their, not just reproductive freedom, but their economic freedom and future as well. And if we're going to address the stripping away of that right and the danger to other rights of Americans, it means the court has to be unstacked. And we have to talk openly about this and honestly about this, because there are two justices that wouldn't be there, that wouldn't be participating in the Dobbs decision, but for the fact that Mitch McConnell stacked the court. Stacked the court. I never would have imagined supporting expanding the court a few years ago, but then I never would have imagined a Senate that would withhold a justice from one president with one explanation and completely contradict that by jamming another justice on the country while people were voting. But this is where we are. And the result has been the sacrifice of the rights and access to care of millions of women. And if we leave it at that, then we cannot be surprised when the next right of Americans is stripped away by this same court. I fully support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Tennessee, then we'll come.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd firstly just like to thank Mr. Schiff for his recollection about what's happened with the Supreme Court. It's been astonishing how that's been, they perverted the methods to prove Supreme Court justices and put in this radical right-wing court. And Mr. Clarence Thomas said that the miscegenation laws could be next. He didn't mention miscegenation. That's one of his favorites. He talked about some other laws that could be, the due process that might be jeopardized. But the fact is, Mr. Johnson was here. I think Mr. Johnson's not here now, is he? He talked, I'd like to have asked him some questions about God-given rights, and he was saying that these are all our rights are God-given. And that I just wondered when God decided to give women the right to vote, and why God didn't decide to give women the right to vote back in 1700s, when the Constitution was drawn up in the 1780s. I can't believe God would say, no, women shouldn't have the right to vote, and just decided that in the 1900s. And when God decided that slavery would be illegal, God was okay with slavery until we had a war where millions of people were killed. Then God changed his mind. That's hard to fathom. And he talked about Roe being in the 1970s, early 70s, I think Roe was 72, that it didn't have that much history. Well, neither did Loving versus Virginia, which was just passed in, I guess, 1968. So we can get rid of Loving versus Virginia because, say, it's not stare decisis, it was based on bad judgment. Judge Alito at one time claimed that he was, like every other Supreme Court justice that comes before the Senate for confirmation, says they're for precedent, and they're not going to pay great deference to stare decisis. But now he's gotten on and he decides which Supreme Court decisions that gave people rights like Roe were well-founded. He decides it's not well-founded, so stare decisis doesn't matter because he's the truth and the light on every Supreme Court case on whether it was valid or not valid. And if it's not valid, then it doesn't make any difference. It's been around 50 years in the previous Supreme Court. So there are just some of these things I heard was just kind of shocking to me. And I appreciate people's respect for God, and I have a respect for God, and we all can have a different perspective on how God talks to us or doesn't talk to us. But I just don't believe when you come in here and tell us that every right is God-given. God did not decide to keep African Americans as slaves until there was a civil war, and then God changed his mind. And I don't believe God decided women couldn't vote until 1918, and then because then it was okay. Let's have this Supreme Court that changed the Constitution with an amendment. Then it was okay for women to have the right to vote. A lot of rights are given to you by the courts. A lot of rights are given to you by the legislatures, and a lot of the rights are given by legislative bodies and government. God doesn't give you your rights. If God gave you your rights, we never would have had slavery. Women would have had the right to vote forever, and the world would have been totally different. I appreciate Ms. Scanlon's amendment. We need to look at choice and this issue from a neutral perspective, and that's what she's asking for, a neutral perspective. And the fact is, Mr. Johnson declared he was kind of aghast that somebody would think about a nationwide ban. Well, Lindsey Graham called for a nationwide ban, and had quite a few senators join him. They had a bill to have a nationwide ban on abortion. So, you know, it's out there, and it would happen, and Mr. Johnson would vote for it. He had said he wasn't for 3 months. He wasn't for any months. That's how he earned his living and spent his time before he became a congressperson, was representing these groups that made these arguments basically for no abortion and for basically a religious exemption to almost every law that exists. He was the attorney for these evangelical churches that believe that they have the rights that are beyond civil rights of other Americans, and their rights are superimposed beyond them. So I appreciate Ms. Scanlon's amendment. I hope we can pass it, and I appreciate Mr. Schiff reminding us how the Supreme Court got to be the way it is. It's going to be there a long time. We not only should look at the method of appointing Supreme Court justices and then discuss that in this committee, we also ought to look at pardon power. That's not in here either. We've had corrupt pardons, and there have been problems with pardons by Democrats and Republicans, and there should not be pardons given for people who give immense amount of monies to candidates, to people who worked in the campaigns, who worked in the administration, and the pardon power should never be given over to the son of the president who was dealing with Saudi Arabia and who is very wealthy and knows who the wealthy people are. Pardon power should be with the attorneys, and they weren't. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
I just wanted to respond to Mr. Cohen and Mr. Bishop. I'd appreciate your input on this, but my understanding of the Declaration of Independence is that it talked about certain self-evident truths, and it is not talking about the speed limit that a legislature sets or some other laws that are enacted, but the three basic rights that we have, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, are, in the view of the founders and in my view, and I think in many other Americans' views, given to us by God. That doesn't mean that God makes a decision on every single law that is passed in this country. That doesn't mean that God doesn't frown sometimes when there are horrible historical, I don't want to call them mistakes because that really undermines the seriousness of it, but actions by human beings like slavery, like the denial of the right to vote and some other things. But life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are recognized in our founding documents as given to us by God, and those rights are the rights that everything else flows from. And I yield back to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank you, Mr. Buck, and I really yielded to you, Mr. Buck, rather than speaking first because it boggles the mind what was just expressed by my friend from Tennessee. Except what was said earlier here today that I think is apt, both by Mr. Roy and then also by you, Mr. Buck, I think, and Mr. Johnson. Well, Mr. Roy and Mr. Johnson, I think, who said that it just falls to the Republican Party to be the party that values human life and protects it. The other side doesn't. Well, we've just seen something else that epitomizes the Democratic Party of today. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Not to Mr. Cohen. Not to Mr. Cohen. He embraces that modern Democratic Party's view that it's not about God, it's not about God's will or what God has created in mankind. You cannot trace rights to the existence of God or the creation by God of all creation and humanity in His image. That's all passé. That's old party, that's old talk. That's archaic. Okay, that's what we're up against, just so Americans know. But just as for me, I'm absolutely certain that Thomas Jefferson and the other authors of the Declaration were correct. I'm certain that this country succeeds because of a beneficent and forgiving and caring God.
Mr. Biggs, will you yield for a question?
Look, I'd be defensive too.
I'm not defensive.
I would try to
I'm
intercede.
asking you a question.
I'm not going to yield.
Gentlemen,
I'm not going to yield. I'm not going to yield because I'm going to make this statement really clear so that even Democrats can get it. You do what you want to. You reject God if you want to. You tell Americans that if they embrace God, you're going to persecute them with the FBI if you want to.
Oh, God.
You go get them. Call them white supremacists, why don't you? Let's set everybody against one another as enemies based on whatever thing that you can dream up to do. You do that. I'm going to stick to God. I'm going to cling to God like Barack Obama talked about. You do it. You do you. Anybody else want to speak?
Yeah, I'd like to speak.
I yield to the gentleman from.
How about clinging to the truth?
Quite enough.
How about
You've said a
clinging to the
mouthful.
truth?
I thank
for
the
a
gentleman
moment.
for
Hang on,
yielding. I thank the gentleman for
You
yielding.
said a mouthful.
And
I yield to Mr. Johnson.
I apologize that I missed Mr. Cohen's speech. I was in the back in the meeting, but I want to say if he believes that rights derive from government, just be reminded that government can take those rights back from you, and that our rights do come from our Creator. And I want to point out too that the great civil rights leaders would have disagreed with what you just said, Mr. Cohen, because Martin Luther King Jr. said in his famous speech on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, the Declaration, and he often said the Declaration of Independence was a promissory note to future generations of Americans. It wasn't realized in the beginning, but we're in the process of making a more perfect union, and that's what we're for, that's what we support. Thank you, Mr. Bishop, for yielding. We're out of time.
Gentlemen's time has expired. The committee will stand in recess. We have a vote on the floor. We will come back ASAP after votes, so we will stand in recess until after. Committee will come to order. I think we left off with Ms. Jayapal is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to bring us back to the issue at hand, which is this excellent and very sensible amendment offered by Ms. Scanlon to simply examine the threat posed by a nationwide abortion ban to women's lives, reproductive health, bodily autonomy, and equality. And I think this is such an important issue that the majority of the country, Republican and Democrat and Independent, agrees on. And we've seen it in terms of initiatives that have gone to the ballot, even in Republican states, making sure that those states preserve the right to abortion. And unfortunately, for those who think this is not really something that's going to happen, 13 states, Republican states, already have a ban on abortion, and 101 members, Republican members of the House, signed on to the House version of Senator Graham's nationwide ban. So this is a critical issue, and I wanted to also bring some facts to the table. There are half as many abortions as 30 years ago. 6 in 10 women who seek abortions are mothers already. 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester, so this idea that there are many late-term abortions simply isn't the case. The majority of women who have abortions are in their late 20s. Many of them want to finish and get education, schooling, other things that allow them to take care of families. And half live under the poverty level. Almost half are single. 1 in 4 women across this country has an abortion, and this is a freedom. It's a basic freedom. It's an economic freedom. It's a reproductive freedom.
Well, General yield.
No, I won't. To make choices about our own bodies. And it's unfortunate that this is a partisan issue here in this committee, in this Congress, because it isn't partisan across the country. If my Republican colleagues do indeed value life so much, as you say you do, and I want to accept that premise, and if you care so much about our babies, then I would urge you to support the child tax credit, which cut child poverty in half when we offered it. None of you supported that. I would urge you to support paid leave. I would urge you to support universal child care. I would urge you to support universal pre-K. It doesn't make sense to value lives until they're born, and then once they are born to say, we don't care about those babies anymore. The reality of this is that I think many of the members of this committee who have spoken on abortion on the other side have not been in a situation to have an abortion. I have. I'm one of 1 in 4 women across this country. And I know that this is fundamentally an issue of freedom. It's an issue of being able to make choices about our own bodies. And I would submit to you that in listening to my colleagues on the other side, I can tell you that Democrats are the party of freedom, of family, and of faith, because we believe in people's freedom to control their own bodies, to have economic security. We believe in all kinds of families and supporting families to take care of the kids that they ultimately have. None of these decisions are easy, and none of us is trying to tell anybody to have an abortion or not to have an abortion. All we're saying is that it is an extremely difficult and personal choice, and we do not believe in forced pregnancies. We do not believe in people having to make difficult, extremely difficult medical decisions because, or not be able to make those medical decisions because somebody in elected office told them that they couldn't have an abortion and make the right medical decision for themselves, the right economic decision for themselves. I know that was the case for me. There were a lot of issues that threaten the lives of pregnant people across this country, and when they make these decisions, they are extremely difficult, and they are extremely personal. I don't believe that this should be anybody's business but that individual. And so I would just urge my Republican colleagues to recognize that perhaps you're out of step with the rest of the country. Republican states and women in Republican states and families in Republican states are voting to preserve the right to abortion and are terrified of the impact of a Republican-proposed nationwide ban on abortion. So I support this amendment, and I thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for putting forward such a necessary amendment in this very scary time where unfortunately too many of my colleagues on the other side are trying to strip away and pass a nationwide ban that would hurt people across the country. I yield back.
Lady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for 5 minutes on the Scanlon amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would like to thank Ms. Scanlon, my colleague, for this very reasonable amendment. As we have seen across the country, women have been rising up and speaking out about these all-out bans on their own reproductive freedom. As my colleague, Ms. Jayapal, mentioned, 13 states already have a ban. Over 100 House Republicans signed up to support Lindsey Graham's legislation. And so this is not a threat, this is reality for a lot of women. And I will tell you, it's been jarring to hear some of my colleagues speak on behalf of women, and I wonder if any of them have taken the time to speak to women who have been placed in a position where they had to make the choice with their doctor, with their family, about whether they end a pregnancy or whether their own life ends. And if they have not heard from these women, I would encourage them to reach out to women in their district to hear how horrific, frightening, and terrifying this situation is for many women. And the thought that there are so many men in our country who have the audacity to feel like they can speak for women and their physicians is incredible to me. The fact that they can stand between a woman and her doctor and criminalize a woman's rightful need to have reproductive freedom is jarring and unconscionable. You know, and also as my colleague Ms. Jayapal pointed out, this whole debate about pro-life really in many ways can be described as more of a pro-forced birth movement. Because once these babies are born, I can tell you, my colleagues and I have worked hard to make sure that families have access to the help and the support that they need. We voted for childcare, high quality childcare, access to childcare for parents. We voted for the expanded child tax credit. We voted for universal pre-K. We voted to make sure that families had the support that they need, and we did not have support from our Republican colleagues. Our Republican colleagues now have control of the House. I have yet to see them come forward with any legislation that would support working families, needy families, all of those children that they purport to care about. It is also, again, really jarring to hear my Republican colleagues say that somehow we don't value the sanctity of life, when, again, we have been the party time and time again making sure that we uplift those Americans, especially those families with children, so that they have a fighting chance. I will close with this. I will again thank my colleague, Ms. Scanlon, for this amendment. If there is nothing to fear with this study, I mean, if my colleagues are so adamant about abortion bans, let's at least have the conversation and the information around the consequences of them. There should be absolutely nothing to fear with voting in support of this amendment if you believe what you believe and what you've shared with us here today. And so with that, Ms. Scanlon, thank you so much for the amendment. I look forward to supporting it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just point out the gentlelady talked about helping mothers and their newborns. That's exactly what crisis pregnancy centers do. And in the aftermath of the Dobbs leak decision and the decision itself, over 100 crisis pregnancy centers and churches were attacked. And it's my understanding, and the Republicans, the American people's understanding, that the FACE Act has not been used to prosecute people who did that kind of damage to the very places that provide the care that the gentlelady was talking about to these moms and newborn children. And that's exactly the language in our oversight plan that this amendment would strike. And that's why we oppose the gentlelady's amendment. Anyone else seeking recognition on the amendment? The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I would request a recorded vote.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Spartz? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden?
What do you hear, man?
Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Aye. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Nagus? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no.
Anyone else? Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Roy votes no.
Clerk will report. Yeah, you did. No, yeah, you did.
Mr. Chairman, there are 7 ayes
Wait,
and 14 noes.
The gentleman from Texas?
Aye. I'm a no.
Mr. Gooden votes no.
Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew?
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Anyone else? Clerk will now report. Oh, Mr. Nels, excuse me.
Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Chairman, there are 7 ayes and 17 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized. Well, clerk can report. We can go right, if that's all right with the gentlelady, we'll go right to the clerk.
Reserve point of order.
Gentleman from Louisiana reserves a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Committee on the Judiciary Authorization and Oversight Plan for the 118th Congress offered by Ms. Jackson Lee. Page 14, strike rising crime in urban areas and all that follows in that section and insert.
Without objection, the amendment will be read, will be considered as read, excuse me. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized to explain her amendment. Where's the,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, in the spirit of bipartisanship, think this is an amendment that offends none and only gives us the opportunity to look at all aspects of our work. My amendment adds to the rising crime in urban areas and says rising crime in urban and rural areas. And then it provides the word equitably. The subcommittee will examine strategies used by the state and local government to ensure that law enforcement entities effectively and equitably serve their communities, that local prosecutors effectively and equitably enforce the law. Simple premise that no American patriot should be against. None. So let me just quickly discuss this. And I do have an inquiry, Mr. Chairman. Am I correct that the Crime Subcommittee on Homeland Security and Terrorism is now Crime and Federal Government Surveillance? Is that accurate?
I believe that is accurate name of the subcommittee.
I just wanted to hear from you because there was conflicting that you had not changed it because it comprehended, included all of the aspects of our service. But let me quickly go to my amendment. If that is correct, you'll just tell me later. It's important that we examine rising crime in both rural and urban areas and examine strategies used by state and local governments to ensure that law enforcement entities equitably serve their communities and that local prosecutors equitably enforce the law. I will tell you that you will have no disagreement among professional law enforcement or prosecutors. That's their job. And contrary to the narrative pushed by my colleagues on the other side, we know that violent crime is everywhere. Although the United States has experienced a substantial decline in homicides and violent crime since rates peaked in the early 1990s, the number of homicides increased in 2021 in 27 major cities by 5% from 2020. According to the CDC, in that same year, homicide rates in rural areas rose 25%. It was the largest rural increase since the agency began tracking such data in 1999. The data shows that in 2020, per capita murder rates were 40% higher in states won by the former president than those won by Joe Biden. And 8 of the 10 states with the highest murder rates in 2020 voted for the Republican presidential nominee. My real point is that there should be no divide amongst us on the issue of fighting crime, and there isn't. I certainly have not shown that divide as a chairwoman and now ranking member of the Subcommittee on Crime and Federal Surveillance. Democrats have always stood for equity and fairness under the law. Therefore, we should not only make certain that we endeavor to determine why crime is high in major cities, but also in rural areas. They need our help too. Why ignore them? The Subcommittee on Crime must also be certain that when we work with law enforcement and prosecutors who are sworn to protect, that all citizens, as I understand the Declaration of Independence, says we all are created equal with certain inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We do know that in certain jurisdictions, history has shown, Ferguson, Missouri, that targeted African-American residents were in a structure where they were ticketed more often to build resources for that city. We know that a city called rural Tulia, Texas, was in the hands of a narcotics officer who wrongfully arrested 46 people. Law enforcement is against this. So we want to determine how best we can help them with training and resources to do the job that they want to do. We also know that there's been an imbalance in those who lose their lives at the hands of misuse and wrong directed policies. That's why the Subcommittee on Crime must do all that it can do to ensure that law enforcement and all do things admirably and with equity. This is what this legislation is about. We know the story of Ahmaud Arbery. If I call the roll, we know the story of many others, Tyree Nichols, George Floyd. And we know that some progress has been made to address racial and ethnic disparities in juvenile justice system by the Office of Juvenile Justice, and through that, we have seen involvement and improvement. That's all I'm asking for. Let's make sure that we do the right thing by ensuring we look at all aspects of this important responsibility, and that is to do our duty on behalf of the American people and to conduct the right kind of oversight. We should include all aspects of America. Mr. Chairman, again, I hope that you will be well moved to support this amendment. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Before yielding to my colleague, Mr. Johnson, I see that we have a former member, Mr. Salmon, from the great state of Arizona, who has joined us. Welcome to the committee. And must be Arizona Day because I see Mrs. Biggs is here as well. Thank you for joining us.
Mr. Chairman, would you yield?
I would be happy to
I have
yield.
some wonderful Texas here from the Texas Association of Business.
Wonderful.
Oh. So I'm delighted. I'll step down for a moment as my colleagues on the other side raise their voices in support of my amendment.
Yeah. We welcome all our guests today. With that, I yield to the gentleman. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
Well, no, I do not.
All right.
Withdraw.
I recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Well, I actually wanted to ask Ms. Jackson Lee a question, but I know she's going to greet her friend, and that's okay. Without a microphone, we can always hear your voice. It's fine. I do have great respect for Ms. Jackson Lee. She is my friend, and I believe you're bringing this amendment in good faith, and I appreciate that. But I do have a genuine question. It seems to me that the amendment is somehow implying that if there's a rise in crime in rural areas, that would not be considered by the subcommittee. And I want to tell you, also in good faith, that is not the intention of this language. The reason that, again, these are illustrative examples of what these subcommittees would be looking into. They're not exhaustive lists. And the reason it says examine the causes of rising crime in urban areas is not to suggest that rising crime in the rural areas would not be important or considered, but just acknowledging the fact that it is widely recognized, and national polling acknowledges, I won't cite them because every poll says the same thing, people are greatly concerned about what's happening primarily in the urban areas and in the cities. And I shared some of the statistics earlier, and I won't belabor the point or take time for it, but just one headline, 9 cities reached record homicide rates in 2022. And it also corresponds to the staffing shortages that are plaguing police departments. And so that seems to be worthy of merit of the subcommittee to look into. But the question I had is, I think I'm fine with that actually, but later you say you add the word equitably, and I'm wondering, and I'm not trying to, I really want to know, what is that term, how would you define that term? What does that mean exactly?
I'm glad you asked the question because I'm sure you're trying to maybe infer, and I certainly will have another amendment dealing with DEI, with diversity, equity, and inclusion, but this is not the case. Obviously, as a ranking member of the crime, former chairwoman of the crime committee, I want to make sure that every neighborhood sees a law enforcement officer. I mean, there are neighborhoods that are less financially secure who want to be protected. And as officers go throughout all neighborhoods, they have the skills to be able to respond equitably. Suppose they come on a mental health crisis. And I've always said that they do more than they should be doing. We should have support systems. But let's make sure the mental health crisis is treated the same way, obviously, with the protection of officers as it would be in a higher income area. So just equity, just let them be everywhere, but let it be done equitably. And let me just say this, you're right, it doesn't preclude, but then what is the downside of using in the title rising in urban areas and rural? And just to cite a dear friend, Speaker McCarthy, who wanted to emphasize the increase in crime in some of these areas, but let me be very fair. His city will go unnamed, but the murder rate there in 2021 was 11.91 per 100,000. It was double the murder rate in New York City, 5.55, and San Francisco, 5.6.
Okay, I'm running out of time, but I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
all right.
I'm really more concerned, I'm less concerned about adding the rural areas. I'm more concerned about the equitably, because I just feel like, I think a technical dictionary definition of equitably is fair and impartial, so justice would be meted out in a fair and impartial manner. We all agree on that, of course.
Excellent.
But the problem is, the subcommittee will examine strategies used by state and local governments to ensure that law enforcement entities effectively and equitably. I
don't see any law enforcement disagreeing with that, because that's the way they do their job.
Okay.
Good officers do their job that way,
Sure.
including whether they are brass or whether they're the man or woman on the street. That's how they do their job.
Let me yield to Mr. Bishop.
I wonder if I might have a suggestion that would solve this problem for the points that were just made by Mr. Johnson and the amendment sponsor. How about the word impartially?
There you
In
go.
other words, the problem that we have is that, as you said, you made reference, Ms. Jackson-Lee, this issue, the sort of rhetoric of today, of diversity, equity, and inclusion, the use of the term equity implying that there should be different applications of law. I think the definition Mr. Johnson suggested and you embraced would be perfect. So if it should read not effectively and equitably, but ensure that law enforcement entities effectively and impartially serve their communities, I would be able to support your amendment.
I agree with that entirely, and I think that's a good faith suggestion.
Well, since there are Texans in the room, I've always come to understand that impartial is fair and just. And so Mr. Bishop comes to a point of bringing a Texan and a Louisianan together. We're already neighbors. And I will accept the gentleman's friendly amendment of impartial, as it equates to fair and just.
See, we can all get along.
We can all get along. I'd like my amendment to be accepted with the simple.
The gentleman's time has expired. I just want to make sure I understand. The subcommittee will examine strategies used by state and local governments to ensure that law enforcement entities effectively and fairly and impartially serve their commitments that... No fair?
No,
I thought that's what equitably meant when Mr. Johnson defined it. He said fair and impartial.
You don't have to say it twice. It's effectively and impartially, sir, Chairman. And I just put the legislative history on the record.
Communities in that local process effectively and impartially enforce the law. Okay, we got two impartially. Substitute for the word equitably
So it's effectively and impartially. Yes, sir.
All right, without objection, the amendment is amended. The question stands on the gentlelady's amendment.
Yeah, well, sure, like, if I can.
Mr. Biggs will be this side if you got someone on this side, but if not, Mr. Biggs is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the now amended amendment by Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to address, I appreciate my friend Ms. Jackson-Lee's amendment and her willingness to modify the language offered by Mr. Bishop. But I'll just tell you why there's a couple of points that you need to be aware of as you consider the use of the word urban areas in the original document that we're now apparently holding hands and changing. According to the National Crime Victimization Survey, violent crime in urban areas rose 29% from 2020 to 2021. From 19 victimizations per 1,000 persons for somebody aged 12 and older to 24.5. Additionally, the NCVS found that the violent crime rate in urban areas was between 29 and 42% higher than the rate in rural areas. And the reason I say that is because some of the data that was just alluded to is not reflected in official data. Then you move on. In 2021, the violent crime rate in urban areas was 121% higher than rural areas. That's significant. That's why I think we should be focusing on urban areas. We're not going to neglect rural areas for sure, but the focus should be where the dam is broken
and the dam is broken in Democrat-controlled large cities, and I'll yield a minute to Mr. Bishop.
Thank you to Mr. Biggs, and I don't disagree with that at all. So what makes the addition of the term rural inoffensive to me is I believe the stark contrast will become all the more stark if we look at both. And so I don't suggest that the premise that there is equal surges of violent crime in the rural areas is at all factually accurate. I know all these sort of tricks about, it happens more often in blue cities within red states, or is bigger with blue cities in red states than blue cities in blue states. But I think that it doesn't harm us to look at both because it just makes the contrast striking.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Mr. Bishop, and I agree with you, and that's what will happen. And so I'm going to provide some more contrast right here. The violent crime rate in urban areas, 48% higher than in suburban areas in 2021. More than tripling the difference from 2018 to 2020 that was present. The property crime rate in urban areas is nearly twice as high in 2021 as in suburban areas. Almost 160 victimizations per 1,000 to 87 per 1,000 in suburban areas. And it's 3 times as high as in rural areas. Where do we see this based on population density? New York, New York, Hoboken, New Jersey, Union City, New Jersey, San Francisco, Miami Beach, Jersey City, Honolulu, Boston, Chicago, Arlington, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Washington, D.C., Miami, Florida, Somerville, Massachusetts, and then Philadelphia, PA. The note here, which is interesting, that is Los Angeles is 30th on the list. The point is, and I'm willing to accept this amendment, but the point is, it was not irrational to focus on where the dam is broke, and the dam is broken in urban areas. But I do agree with Mr. Bishop's point that as we begin to investigate this, it will become an even more stark contrast that something has to be done in these urban areas, not the least of which, as my colleague from Texas was talking about, the trusting the prosecutors. Yeah, we're going to find out that you probably shouldn't trust some of those prosecutors in those big cities that have triple the crime rate, the violent crime rate of rural areas, because in rural areas, at least they're prosecuting, and in urban areas, they're releasing them after a mere matter of hours after the arrest, and they reoffend because they know that there's going to be no consequence. And the news today is littered with stories of heinous crimes committed by people who had just committed a previous crime but were released by a derelict prosecutor. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
The question occurs on the amended amendment offered by the gentlewoman from...
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm
Mr.
sorry?
Chair, I was hoping
I didn't
to move
no.
the last word.
Sure, go right ahead. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized to speak on the amended amendment.
Absolutely appreciate the concern of our colleagues for addressing urban crime, and I'm also pleased to report that we've had significant success in the last couple of years in addressing urban crime using resources from the American Rescue Plan and some of the other programs that have been passed by the Democratic majority. We've seen a 60% reduction in firearm violence and murders in Chester, Pennsylvania, one of our most hard-hit smaller communities that really was bearing the brunt of much of the gun violence that we see across our region. We've been working with our law enforcement who are begging us to do something about the unregulated guns that are moving to our streets and moving into possession of children, of felons, of people who should not have guns. So there's clearly a lot of work that we can do and should be looking at with this committee, but I really want to support Representative Jackson Lee's amendment because this is not an issue that's been limited simply to the urban areas. If you look at the data across the country, we've seen spikes in crime across the country. And there's so much work that we need to do. So we absolutely should not be limiting this study to the urban areas, although I am really excited about the opportunity to bring in some of the folks who've been doing great work at reducing crime in our urban areas. And I think you'll be pleasantly surprised, I hope, about how much success they're having when they have the funding, both for the police to have the forensic equipment and tools that they need, as well as the social service tools they need to make sure that people are getting the mental health support they need, that they're getting into jobs, that they have housing, because all of those indicators lead directly to these crime spikes. So really excited about the opportunity to look at solutions that actually work to bring down violence across the country, and I look forward to supporting Ms. Jackson-Lee's amendment. I yield
Would
back.
you yield, Madam Chair? Madam, would you yield? You've yielded back. Mr. Chairman, I just want to submit for the record.
Unanimous consent?
Yes, thank you.
Without objection, the document is, you identify it.
Yeah, the document is newly released numbers from National Crime Victimization Survey as reported in the City Journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, have a unanimous consent request to enter onto the record myths and realities, understanding recent trends in violent crime. I'll read just a piece of it and ask for unanimous consent. Just a moment. In a segment just talking about the issue of murder rates on the increase. Murders rose in cities nationwide and jurisdictions of all types. There is a jump in 2021 in the largest cities by 20%. In places designated by the FBI as suburban, cities with fewer than 50,000 inhabitants within a metropolitan statistical areas, murders rose by comparable levels in rural areas too, an important fact that is now only beginning to receive press attention. And I continue to quote, despite politicized claims that the rise was the result of criminal justice reform in liberal-leaning jurisdictions, murders rose roughly equally in the cities run by Republicans and cities run by Democrats. We have to really speak from facts and data and statistics if we're going to tackle what everybody, I believe, on this committee is concerned about, rising crime wherever you are. So I just commend Sheila Jackson-Lee, the representative who is the author of this amendment. And as a suburban representative, I am certain that with the equitable treatment and the agreement on both sides, that we'll be taking a look at rising crime in urban, suburban, and rural areas. And we will stop the myth peddling that it's only in blue cities that crime is up. It's in rural areas, it's in Republican-led areas, and so let's stop the myth that is just trying to scare and politicize crime. I yield back.
Lady yields back. The question occurs on the amendment now amended, offered by the gentlewoman from the state of Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair is the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Seeking clarification to the chairman, did we not need to do the amendment and then the underlying amendment? Are we okay?
We modified the amendment.
We modified the amendment.
Modified your amendment by
Consent with-
consent, I believe.
and added the word impartially twice. Got rid of equitably, put in the word impartially, both spots.
All right, thank you so very much.
You bet.
I'm doing the amendment on freedom of speech.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the Committee on the Judiciary Authorization and Oversight Plan for the 118th Congress.
Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Florida. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized to explain her amendment.
First of all, let me thank my colleagues for their generosity and careful consideration. And as I begin, let me indicate that those persons were Texans and they were engaged in the business community. And so one of the persons there was president of the Chamber of Commerce in the McKinney area and wanted to emphasize their respect and commitment for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we need to know that we have views that agree with this whole idea all over the state of Texas and maybe all over the nation. So let me just move forward. She's not a witness, and I just wanted to ensure how I work with my constituents. This is hopefully an amendment that will ensure that the Constitutional Subcommittee has authority to examine threats to the right to free speech. And I heard some of my colleagues earlier commenting on that from what their perspective might be, including state attempts to undermine or attack academic freedom at state colleges and universities. Recently, we have seen attempts to destroy the education system through censoring of history in our country. With that in mind, we have seen the characterization of teaching any form of history as some form of injury to our constituents. And so I think we should, in this committee, embrace ending bigotry, that we have the ability to speak of each other's history with respect. Limiting freedom of speech in an educational environment stifles constructive conversations. Students are in higher education settings to expand their knowledge and learn from others. Educators should not be stifled from telling the truth just because someone does not agree with it. Thought-provoking conversations, which I've always enjoyed, have lifted us up, have made us know each other, like each other, and ensure that we have the ability to learn from each other. In 2021, the governor of the state of Texas signed into law a bill that imposes strict controls on how teachers can talk about current events in America's history of racism in K-12, public school classrooms, and is really undermining teachers' judgment on just plain talking about history and children who look different from other children. Now state officials have turned their attention to DEI policies, and the governor has actually announced, in violation of federal law, to abolish diversity, equity, and inclusion offices all throughout our college campuses. Who is to say that the state government knows better than academic institutions who want diversity, because they are being asked by corporations to produce diversity of all kinds? I am shocked that such a provision was offered through February 7, 2023, diversity and inclusion activities under Title VI, that this was insisted upon to stop. And let me be very clear on this. Let me clear this up. That the February 7, 2023 OCR issued a fact sheet entitled Diversity and Inclusion Activities under Title VI in order to assist school communities and educational institutions in understanding DEI policies in conjunction with federal civil rights laws. So the federal government has provided guidance how a state government can suggest that DEI policies in higher education should not be. So my amendment allows for this committee to examine the threats to the right to free speech, including state attempts to undermine or attack academic freedom, which is free speech and is protected, and particularly at our institutions of higher learning, which these are older students who can discern truth and facts and would like to engage in an understanding of the greatness of their country, because we are diverse. People admire our diversity, and the understanding of our diversity is really an achievement. It is an achievement of how great this country is. I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee Amendment. I yield back.
Gentlemen, does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I do not, but I seek recognition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read the gentlelady's amendment, and I was inclined to support it because obviously we want the Constitution Subcommittee to vindicate free speech rights on colleges and university campuses. But then I heard the gentlelady debate for it, and it seemed as though the focus of the amendment was more about the adults in the system that are the instructors than the students who are in the system.
Could the gentleman yield?
And I, certainly.
Not at all. Mr. Gates, Congressman, not at all. The concept is to allow students to learn. The only way they're learning is if a professor opens it up.
I disagree. My time at Florida State University, some of the things I learned most weren't directly from the professors, from the collaborative experience and environment, the extracurricular activities. But textually, I think the gentlelady is accurate in wanting to define the scope of the work of the subcommittee, but I do want to reflect for a moment on my concern that we seem to believe that the free speech rights of the instructors are somehow untethered from the academic mission of the university and untethered from the interests of the state as expressed through their elected leaders. At many of these colleges and universities, they are not separate from the state government. They are but an appendage from the state government. In most cases, they receive most of their funding from the state government. The tuition and scholarships that students furnish for their education, often provided through state government programs. So it doesn't seem improper at all, in fact, for a state government to say, well, maybe we want a particular institution to have a focus on agriculture and mechanical work, and we want another institution to focus on building great nurses, and maybe we want none of our institutions to teach students to hate each other based on immutable traits like their race. And I, as a taxpayer of Florida, am very pleased that my governor and my state legislature are working to ensure that the curriculum that students receive is timely and relevant and in accordance with industry standards and different certifications that prepare someone for the workforce, not the woke force. Yield to Chairman Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I too, am, I think, okay with the language that the gentlelady from Texas offered. My concern is she wants to strike what we had in our oversight document. And I just want to read that. It says, the subcommittee will examine restraints on free speech, including efforts by some colleges and universities to limit protests, speeches, distribution of literature, petitions, and other expressive activities. We've all heard about safe spaces and free speech zones and all the things they're doing on college campuses. We've heard about the heckler's veto when some typically conservative, but I'd be just as upset if it was a liberal coming to a campus to speak out where they get heckled down and shouted down. We're concerned about that as well. So I think my gut tells me most Republicans would be fine with the gentlelady's language she wants to add, as long as she and the Democrats are willing to keep the language we had in our original plan. I think that's a compromise the committee could reach. And with that,
Gentlemen,
yield back to the gentleman.
Yes, as the chair of this subcommittee, the one affected, I would vehemently oppose eliminating the language that you just stated, because we know that this is a massive problem. And, you know, under our experience, I mean, I know anecdotally of many examples of academic freedom of conservative professors being the ones who are targeted and for censorship and silencing and retribution and all the rest. So, I mean, I have no problem looking into that. We certainly want to support academic freedom. That's what America's built upon, and our universities should be. So I'm not opposed to adding this language. I just want to clarify that but we cannot eliminate the existing language. That'd be my position.
Would the gentlelady accept that compromise?
Who am I speaking to? I don't know who's.
It's my time. It's my time, Ms. Jackson.
Is it your time? I would accept that in adding the amendment of the Jackson-Lee amendment to the existing language.
So we're on a roll.
We're on a roll. Yeah.
The gentleman yield?
I'll yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman. So if I understand it right, Ms. Jackson-Lee's amendment, instead of the first sentence which says on page 10, strike the paragraph beginning freedom of speech and replace with the following, we get rid of that first sentence and then we keep what's in our original oversight document and then we add her freedom of speech language, the second sentence, the subcommittee will examine threats to the right of free speech, including state attempts to undermine or attack academic freedom at state colleges and universities.
If the gentleman would yield, that is my acceptance.
All right? Without objection?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't mean to be the stinker in the punch bowl, but I think I'm going to have to.
Are you objecting?
Yeah, I guess that's an objection. And I think we should have a vote on it. And here's why. The term academic freedom in and of itself is amorphous. So I quickly went through to see what does academic freedom mean? Well, to the American Federation of Teachers, it means only the teacher has a right to academic freedom. And to the gentleman from Florida's point, having spent many years on campus, as a 40-year-old going back for an MA and working on a PhD, and knowing I couldn't say what I really thought because they held me hostage, and listening to one of my professors saying, gee, I've never met a liberal on a college campus. And as we discussed, he meant a classical liberal. He met plenty of Marxist liberals. He just never met a classical liberal. I think you need to, if you're going to include your language on academic freedom, I think you need to define it. I also think you should include things like admission policies. How about admission policies, where places like certain universities like Berkeley have now gone to a race-based admission policy
Would the gentleman yield?
rather than a,
Would the gentleman yield?
sure.
I would just point out that, excuse me, without going into the merits of what the gentleman is saying, that would seem to be a separate amendment, not here.
Thank you. And I'll yield now to Mr. Bishop for a moment.
I think the gentleman's point is well taken. There seems to be, and the thing that's most problematic in the language as it stands is this implicit premise that Ms. Jackson Lee gave voice to, that it is that at state colleges and universities, the faculties are on their own to define whatever it is they want to do, and in fact their power is, without exception. And I've been seeing that at the University of North Carolina for some time. And I know what the Constitution of the state of North Carolina says about that. Power and control over the university system is vested in the General Assembly. And we always hear about preserving our democracy, except when they don't want to preserve our democracy. So I can't subscribe to the notion that apparently is being built in here, that state attempts to undermine or attack academic freedom might be triggered by any exercise of by the legislature of sort of setting cultural bounds and so forth, or what is taught in the universities that the state provides. So I think Mr. Biggs is right, and I yield back to him.
Thank you. And I want to add to it, just before I yield to you, Mr. Van Drew, and I will yield to you, is that we're not talking here about, unless you're imputing to the state university, which in most states by constitution is a subdivision of the state. In Arizona, it's a subdivision of the state. So the state legislature can actually make definition on policies and standards. But what do you do when it is the state university itself that is restricting the academic freedom of students? And that is a problem, and is not addressed in this, and actually might be exacerbated by this clause. And I'll yield to the gentleman from New Jersey.
I agree with both of them, and I think the big problem is not what's happening at the state. Very often states are trying to, in many states, create more freedom and openness, because if you have a different viewpoint, if you are a conservative, you very often can't even speak, you can't give a speech, you can't have a club. And so in some states, states have stepped in and said, wait a minute, we're putting state money into this institution, and there needs to be fairness and equality, not equity, but equality, where people have an opportunity. And I think this opens it up to say, no, you can't do that. The state is not going to have that opportunity, and I think it's unnecessary. I just think the original terminology, the original words that are in there are good, and I think this leads us down a different path, which is not necessarily a good path and could even be a dangerous path. The biggest problem we have in schools now are overly aggressive professors and overly aggressive administrators who do not allow everybody at the table. The state sometimes can straighten that out.
Yeah, and I'll just add one more homely anecdote, because it applies to my own family. Having a daughter majoring in political science at a public university who said, hey, in my Congress class, I don't dare mention that you're my father. Why? The professor's, no.
Gentleman's time has expired. Just to be clear for the committee, the amendment in front of us now is the original Jackson Lee amendment. Anyone seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Okay, the committee will stand in recess while we're waiting for we will suspend while we're waiting for that amendment to the amendment that Ms. Jackson Lee is going to offer. Understand. We understand. Clerk will distribute the amendment, or the amendment, I should say. Okay. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized to explain her amended amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your courtesy. With the reasoned arguments and advocacy of my friends on the other side of the aisle, I am delighted to offer an amendment in the second degree to the Jackson-Lee amendment. On page 10, insert at the end of the paragraph beginning freedom of speech. The subcommittee will examine threats to the right to free speech, including state attempts to undermine or attack academic freedom of state colleges and universities. And let me be very clear, there's no adjective in front of this. There's no particular state or particular political philosophy. So the point I want to make is that we have all been in different jurisdictions that one might attribute different philosophies to different state leadership. This is just as your language that I am now amending, it speaks generically to the idea that no philosophy should be denied in terms of refuting the rights of free speech that does not endanger, which we would not allow, any of those who are in the custody, when I say custody, are entrusted to our fine state academicians, institutions rather. And everyone knows that that is our jurisdiction. Our jurisdiction is not on private institutions, so that's the only reason why the word state is in there. And it could be a state that's trying to stifle the very fine thinking of Congressman Bishop, and if he was a guest lecturer. And so this is a neutral amendment, of which I hope that you will accept this amendment to the second degree to the Jackson-Lee amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And here's the concern that I have. The first sentence, as this would then do the amendment to that section at the top of page 10, first sentence would be the subcommittee will examine restraints on free speech, including efforts by some colleges and universities to limit protests, speeches, distribution of literature, petitions, and other expressive activities. It's really talking about activities by students, by people in the university community or college community that we've seen constant efforts to shut down and control or stigmatize, delegitimize. But then Ms. Jackson-Lee's amendment would add this language: the subcommittee will examine threats to the right to free speech, including state attempts to undermine or attack academic freedom at state colleges and universities. And so it begs the question what it is that we're talking about. And my staff just shot me this article from the New Republic, the New Republican opinion magazine of the left. It's titled, "Florida Republicans' New Bill May Be the Biggest Attack on Academic Freedom Yet." So I was anxious to read into the article to learn what it is that they said was the biggest attack on academic freedom yet. And they refer to House Bill 999, which is further characterized as presenting radical concentrations of power, taking liberties away from students and teachers and instead subjecting them to constant surveillance and paranoia for simply trying to embrace a fulsome education. And so I wanted to read more because I wanted to learn what it is that they're doing. Goodness gracious. It says the bill directs university boards of trustees to be responsible for faculty hiring and reads that a faculty member's tenure could be reviewed at any time. It doesn't sound like fascism to me. And then it goes on down that. If that wasn't enough, the bill also says that general education courses may not, quote, suppress or distort significant historical events or include a curriculum that teaches identity politics such as critical race theory or defines American history as contrary to the creation of a new nation based on universal principles stated in the Declaration of Independence. And they ought to, quote, promote the philosophical underpinnings of Western civilization. My goodness, is that the attack on academic freedom that we're hearing requires the committee's oversight? It goes on to say that general education courses further must, quote, promote the values necessary to preserve the constitutional republic through traditional, historically accurate, and high-quality coursework, and cannot be based on unproven theoretical or exploratory content. Now, that is further characterized by the writer as continuation of DeSantis' assault against academic freedom. And I guess I would pose the question to Ms. Jackson-Lee, is that what you have in mind when you say we should conduct oversight of these state attempts to undermine or attack academic freedom? If the general lady care to address that?
I certainly do. My amendment is literally and factually and word-wise very straightforward, and it indicates in any form of diminishing or hindering free speech that does not generate into any injury, because universities, with which we only have jurisdiction over state universities, have the responsibility to protect all students, faculty, and others.
Well, does the general lady share the...
You allow me to finish? Or
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Only got a minute, though.
Well, let me just quickly say that the state does not undermine those rights to be able to speak in different viewpoints that will enhance the educational life of the campus.
Do you share the perspective of this article that a bill contained with the contents that I read into the record constitutes an attack on academic freedom that we should be conducting oversight of?
Pardon me, what did you say? I'm sorry.
Do you share the perspective of the article that the bill that I read the contents of into the record constitutes an attack on academic freedom?
Well, let me go back to my basic interpretation of this language, which is it appeals and it is relevant to how we engage in academic freedom in our institutions. And it means that if I am a governor or a state that has one view and there is academic expression of another view, it should be allowed. And I may be a governor that has liberal views, or I may be a governor that has conservative views. But my academic institution should be allowed to move forward.
I confess, my time having expired, I confess that intensifies my concern rather than alleviates it. I yield back.
Ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is extremely important, and the fact is that academic freedom has always been dependent on security of tenure. Faculties vote on tenure of their own members. The fact that tenure is granted and cannot be taken away except for gross misconduct is a guarantee against government interference with freedom of speech. Would the gentleman yield? No, not yet. Is a guarantee against government interference with freedom of speech. Under the legislation in Florida, for example, and I'm taking it only because the gentleman referred to it, under the legislation in Florida, for example, there is no tenure. A Democratic governor, through his appointees or her appointees to the Board of Education or trustees or whatever governs it, can fire any faculty member because the viewpoint is conservative. Or a Republican governor could fire a professor because the viewpoint is liberal.
Right.
The whole concept of academic freedom is that no governor should have that power. And that's exactly what that article is saying. Tenure, academic freedom means that you have, that the professors, having earned tenure in the judgment of their colleagues, retain tenure until or unless some gross misconduct. So the subcommittee will examine threats to the right of free speech, including state attempts to undermine or attack academic freedom of state colleges and universities. There is an attempt in Florida, for example, to undermine academic freedom at state colleges and universities by removing the guarantee of tenure. And by removing the guarantee of tenure, that will subject every professor to the political whims of whoever the governor or state majority, perhaps, in the legislature happens to be. And now I'll yield to Mr. Bishop. I thank the ranking member for yielding. And this is clarifying for certain.
Sure is.
But I'd just like to pursue that. You don't dispute that the state of Florida, through its constitutionally elected powers, has the prerogative to decide whether exactly what type of college professor tenure system they want to have.
Taking back, I certainly do dispute that. The tradition in this country for the last better than a century has been for academic freedom guaranteed through tenure. Now, I certainly do not dispute the ability of, or the right of the government of Florida or any other state to specify subjects that must be studied, Western civilization, for example, if they want to, or Chinese civilization, whatever they want to. They have the right to do that. But the right to control the professors is not the state's prerogative, because that's the only way you can protect academic freedom and freedom of inquiry. I yield back.
Which, is the gentleman yield for
I'll
one
yield
moment?
to the gentlelady.
Which, if I can finish, the gentleman's very clear-headed response, which can protect people of all viewpoints, or professors of all viewpoints, and to Ranking Member Nadler's point, tenure in and of itself, and I know there's some different perspectives on tenure, and my friends on the other side of the aisle, is not guaranteed in today's academic world. We should at least be able to guarantee the professor's ability to be as brilliant as Congressman Massey has been at this table when he speaks about science. So let's hope that we can come together when we vote on this. Thank you.
Gentleman from California, gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to recognize that freedom of speech and academic freedom are not the same thing. Freedom of speech is a right that's guaranteed in our Constitution. Academic freedom is an incredibly important thing. In fact, few things are more important to the progress of society than academic freedom, but it's not a constitutional right. And in fact, to understand the difference, someone has the right to speak freely no matter how odious or backwards their views are. But if there was a professor whose work promoted overtly racist or sexist theories, I don't think we would say that that person has a right to be granted tenure. And similarly, there are boundaries as far as which disciplines are supported and viewed as worth having the resources that the university provides, and what sort of classes ought to be offered to students at the institution. So we all will recognize there are going to be some boundaries as far as what is taught and what is researched at our universities. The question is one of what is the right institution for setting those boundaries. And this amendment is premised on the notion that it is the role of the federal government to set those boundaries in a rigid way for every state, for every academic institution, whereas I would maintain that it is the role of the university in the case of a private institution and the role of the state in the case of a public institution to set those boundaries themselves. And I'd further add that if the concern on the ranking member is one of political discrimination, there have been proposals to protect people from adverse state action on the basis of political orientation or viewpoint that would be much more narrowly tailored.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield back.
Well, let me just say that the gentleman is right in much of what he says, or much of what you say. But the amendment simply says that the committee will undertake, in effect, to guarantee free speech in state colleges and universities. And yes, we can dispute what free speech may mean, but it certainly should be under the committee's purview to protect that freedom and to advance that freedom.
Which may...
I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? My Republican colleagues have convinced me to oppose this. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady. Excuse me, amendment to the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. No.
Roll call.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call being asked for. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Nope.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Sparks. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Benz. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Ross. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Schiff, you are not recorded. Mr. Schiff votes aye.
Does any other member wish to vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 7 ayes and 16 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to.
And, Mr. Chairman,
Yes. What purposes, lady, seek recognition?
now I offer the underlying amendment, please.
Yes. So the question will be on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No.
Roll call.
Roll call vote is requested.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock.
I got one more.
Mr. Tiffany.
I'll be.
Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Sparks. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Benz. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Ms. Lee. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
Ms. Dean?
Ms. Dean, you are not recorded. Ms. Dean votes yes.
Ms. Escobar?
Ms. Escobar votes aye.
Do any other members wish to vote? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 14 noes.
Thank you. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purposes, gentlelady from Texas seek
I have an
recognition?
amendment at the desk. This one involves the protection of constitutional and civil rights.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Committee on the Judiciary Authorization and Oversight Plan for the 118th Congress offered by Ms. Jackson Lee. On page 9, in the paragraph beginning, protection of constitutional and civil rights, add at the end after civil rights the following, comma, including state and local voter suppression.
Reserve a point of order.
Suppression efforts aimed at minority voters.
Gentleman reserves point of order. Gentlelady will present her amendment.
Thank you so very much. As long as I've had the privilege of sitting in this committee, we've had a general consensus, Republicans and Democrats, about the vitality, the vigorousness, the vibrancy of the right to vote. I recall the very important collaborative work that we did with Chairman Sensenbrenner on a powerfully important reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act. It was truly the conquering of fears and the work of Republicans and Democrats. I know that Ranking Member Nadler recalls the much work that we did on that reauthorization, and that every member here had an opportunity to include language that enhanced the right to vote. Tragically, through some misunderstanding that the right to vote is only to be given to those of a particular view or maybe a particular region, contrary to the American spirit and the American right, the Constitution. I refer us again to equal protection of the law, 15th Amendment protecting the right to vote, 13th Amendment getting rid of and undoing slavery, which created less than a person. All of that was to give wholeness to citizens of the United States. And so it hurts me to know that we have had over the years, the last couple of years, an intrusion on the right to vote. An intrusion on the right to vote, almost an absolute prohibition on the right to vote, on impoverished people, on people who are out of state, from their state, on individuals who work night shifts, on individuals who are in the United States military. We've found challenges to military personnel getting their ballots in timely and being counted. In particular, in the state of Texas, when our communities championed around-the-clock voting, banned. Drive-through voting, banned. All of these are with documentation. Public officials sending vote-by-mail applications, banned. Senior citizens being challenged as to whether or not their votes could be counted, and having to drive senior citizens to the polls, frail as they were, because they were denying either mail ballots were not received. There was a fear and intimidation by expanding the right to vote legally. So my amendment is clearly one that this body that protects the Constitution has often said that is our task. and is a protection of constitutional and civil rights. Let me applaud my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for having that heading. And so I believe they should include looking at whether or not states and local governments suppress anyone's vote, and in particular, the votes of those who have experienced this suppression, and that is minority voters. Well documented in every election over the last few years. And so I'd ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the time.
Thank you, gentlelady. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Here are the facts. During the last 4 years, House Democrats passed legislation to impose what would amount to a federal takeover of election administration and politicize the voting process in an attempt to garner a political advantage. As part of their efforts to politicize voting rights, a number of Democrats unfairly maligned election integrity laws in states like Georgia, calling it Jim Crow 2.0 and voter suppression and all other manner of criticism. But in reality, as many witnesses have come before our committee to testify, it is easier to vote today for all Americans than ever before in our nation's history. For example, in Georgia, they saw a record turnout during the May 2022 primary election under that new voter integrity law, and they experienced even stronger voter turnout during the 2022 midterm elections. Voter ID laws are often maligned by some of our colleagues on the other side, but they aren't discriminatory and they don't suppress anybody's votes. The left has claimed for years that voter ID laws discriminate against African Americans, for example, and some of our key witnesses have been in front of this committee and said that itself is a racist trope, and they claim that it suppresses the vote, and it does not. 8 in 10 Americans support voter ID laws, 8 in 10. In 2019, a study by the National Bureau of Economic Research concluded that voter ID laws, quote, have no negative effect on registration or turnout overall or for any group defined by race, gender, age, or party affiliation, unquote. A February 2023 study published, new publication, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. This study reinforced this conclusion and categorically refuted the myth propagated by the left that voter ID laws place a disproportionate burden on, quote, historically disadvantaged groups, such as the poor and people of color, and therefore hurt candidates of the Democratic Party, unquote. The study concluded that the first voter ID laws actually benefited Democrat candidates. It also concluded that both parties saw an increase in voter turnout after the implementation of new voter ID laws. The Supreme Court case in Moore versus Harper will be decided this term. The issue there is whether a state court may nullify a congressional map passed by the legislature and replace it with a court-drawn map. But Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution declares that it's the state legislatures that set the times, place, and manner of holding elections, and that includes drawing the boundaries of congressional districts. So there's a lot of controversy about this, but let me just say, all that said, in summary, why I oppose this amendment by Ms. Jackson-Lee is that on page 9, in these descriptions of what our subcommittee on the Constitution and limited government are going to do, there are just simple one-line, sometimes one-phrase descriptions that encompass a lot of things that we may be investigating. And in this particular sentence on page 9, it reads currently, the subcommittee will examine the adequacy of current protections for U.S. citizens' constitutional and civil rights. We could, of course, take pages to lay out what all those constitutional and civil rights are, but we have chosen to be broad in the description to allow for any number of investigations, and if we go down the road of specifying this limited exception or this illustrative example, we're going to be here for days because we'll have to add 20 pages to the rules. So for that reason, it is not what you're aiming at here is not precluded under the existing language, and there's no reason to go down this road of specificity because it will be endless and will open a Pandora's box here. I will yield back the remainder of my time. Does anyone else seek recognition?
I'd move to strike the last word.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. You know, I certainly understand the reason for the amendment since the plan was put together without consultation. It's a little unclear sometimes what was intended here. And there are some pretty glaring omissions that we're trying to address with these amendments. But I would yield my time to Representative Jackson-Lee.
I thank the gentlelady, and I'm asking my colleagues to support the Jackson-Lee amendment that would ensure the protection of voting rights, and particularly voting rights to prevent state and local voter suppression efforts that have been aimed at or that has impacted the minority community. Let me share with you that is in fact accurate, that minority community has been deprived many voters their right to vote, reducing participation, and stand in direct opposition to our country's trend of including more Americans in the democratic process. Many Americans do not have one form or forms of identification that are acceptable to states for voting. These voters are disproportionately low income, racial and ethnic minorities, the elderly, and people with disabilities. Such voters more frequently have difficulty obtaining IDs because they cannot afford or they cannot obtain the underlying documents. Millions of Americans lack ID. 11% of U.S. citizens, or more than 21 million Americans, do not have ID, and obtaining an ID costs money. But I can say for a fact, in this instance, I take great umbrage in the comments of my friend from Louisiana, because these elections were absolutely horrible in the intimidation of local election officials. There were witnesses before the January 6th committee from Georgia who were literally attacked, maligned about fraud. And we know the statistics from the elections in 20 and 2020 and 2022 that you couldn't find one smidgen of fraud, as evidenced by a number of decision makers, including in the 2020 election, the head of CISA for Homeland Security. No fraud determined that had any sizable impact, but yet voters were intimidated. And yes, the very oppressive bill signed in Texas has yet to show the depth of its negative impact. And there were negative impacts. So to want to disallow my language is going in the face of reality. And the question is, what does it hurt to be able to say, including state and local voter suppression efforts aimed at minority voters? If there's none, and this is an oversight plan, if it doesn't come to our attention or we don't see it as a raging issue, it will not be addressed. But it will at least be in place to say it is a reality. Talk to some of those Georgians. Talk to people throughout the whole sphere of voting in 20 and 2022. Egregious cases impacting minority voters, impacting young voters. So I am disturbed that that would not be viable, worthy of consideration, and that the language is not accepted because we are suggesting otherwise. The language should be accepted, and I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson-Lee Amendment under protection of constitutional and civil rights, including state and local voter suppression efforts aimed at minority voters. I yield. I yield back to the gentlelady.
Gentlelady yields back. For purposes, does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
So I think the gentlelady poses the question, what does it hurt? Well, if you're talking about, as the existing sentence does, the full panoply of U.S. citizens' constitutional and civil rights, and as Mr. Johnson already made the point, that could be, you could go for pages, but let's begin with the enumerated individual rights in the Bill of Rights of the Constitution. The addition of this language, including state and local voter suppression efforts aimed at minority voters, by singling one thing out, implies that it is a more significant, a more substantial subject of focus for the committee than all of those other rights. And there are a couple problems with that. First of all, there's no predicate, no reason, basis to diminish or subordinate those other rights, especially those that are fundamental and enumerated in the Constitution. But beyond that,
is predicated on a conspiracy theory and a smear. Mr. Johnson sort of touched on this or hinted at it as well. The fact that the Georgia legislature passed a bill subsequent to the last election that expanded the use of mail-in ballots, but made provisions to ensure that the identification of voters was rigorous, was characterized as a voter suppression effort. The lunacy on the left prompted national sports leagues to act against the city. They soon had an opportunity to regret having done so. Mr. Johnson made mention. The President of the United States called it Jim Crow 2.0. That was what he characterized, adding a provision to make sure that people could identify. It could be identified to make sure that they were the right person. There's nobody who's an imposter that's trying to cheat. The mantra has been easy to vote, hard to cheat. In my state, a bare partisan majority, the most partisan court I have ever witnessed in my lifetime, held that the state constitutional amendment for voter ID that our citizens adopted by a vote of, I believe, over 10-point margin was racial discrimination and consequently should be struck down. Thank goodness the people of North Carolina had the wisdom to throw out every one of those judges who was on the ballot this year and elect a Republican judge to the Supreme Court. And those cases, that case, thankfully, that court has already ordered reconsideration of. But that is what we saw over and over and over again, that those people who are concerned about the rigor and the integrity of the election system were characterized, were vilified, were defamed as people seeking to engage in voter suppression. So the premise of what would be singled out and elevated above all of the other fundamental rights of Americans by this amendment is a fraud itself. And therefore, that's a direct answer to the question posed by the gentlelady from
Gentleman
Texas.
yield.
I will, yes.
Well, that's the very crux of why we are here. You have your statistics and you have your data. And there's other data that says that county level turnout around the country, research has demonstrated that the racial turnout gap grew when states enacted strict voter ID laws. They also indicated that they looked especially at the turnout of individuals in North Carolina without proper identification, though they were voters, and they found that the enactment of the law reduced the turnout, impacting minority voters. So this is not taking a stand. This is just saying in our oversight plan, let us make
The gentlelady for the clarification such as it was, but there's nothing to prevent you from advocating the notion that we should look at North Carolina's voter ID plan because some study that you just cited or somebody's article said something about the very notion of its existing harmed voter turnout. I can tell you this, the people of North Carolina overwhelmingly disagree with you. They think it's common sense. And I yield back.
call the question.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's set the record straight. The American people realize that when Donald Trump claimed that the election had been stolen from him, that caused a raft of legislative proposals in states across the country that resulted in restrictions on the ability of people to vote. So it was all based on the big lie. And these states went into action to curtail the ability of people to vote. Now, I've heard it said this morning that, or I've heard it said just a minute ago that the vote in Georgia was at record numbers, and that's true. Record numbers of people have moved to Georgia, and but the Republicans in control of the Georgia
legislature, both the House and Senate, and also the governor's office and the Secretary of State. All they wanted to do was just shave off a number of those votes that would allow them to be able to retain their majority. And so they passed laws that enabled them to do. And yes, it was a record turnout, but there should have been greater turnout had more voters been able to get to the polls. What they did, they enacted not voter ID laws, but they enacted a law that made it illegal to give folks food and water at the polling place. People standing in line for hours. And you've seen that on TV in Georgia. People standing in line for hours trying to exercise that right to vote. And it was not in the white communities where people were standing in line. It was in the black communities for some reason. Would the gentleman yield? I'll yield. Wasn't the factor in long voting lines in minority communities the fact that local government had shut a lot of polling to shut down polling places, to move polling places, to consolidate polling places, to make it harder to vote? And guess what? This United States Supreme Court in the Alabama case, when it eviscerated Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act and neutered Section 5, the pre-clearance provision, it opened the door for the states to take this kind of action. These actions taken in states with clear histories of discrimination against black voters. And so they passed all kinds of laws. They passed laws that made it that shortened the time for counties to receive absentee ballots. So a lot of ballots that were mailed in did not get counted because of new laws passed by the Georgia legislature in response to the big lie. So let's set the record straight. It's not about voter ID, it's about voter suppression. And the tactics that were used were quite effective. And this amendment simply would go towards having this committee take a look at those kinds of tactics and devices. And so I rise in support of the Jackson-Lee amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on the amendment? Question occurs on the amendment from the gentlelady from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady requests a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt? No. Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Ross. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Schiff, you are not recorded. Mr. Schiff votes aye.
Any member wish to vote who hasn't voted? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 13 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is defeated.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I'd like to offer into the record 3 articles. 1, McCarthy blames crime on Dems while it rages in his GOP-led hometown. Texas colleges are slowly starting to back away from DEI. Ask unanimous consent on those 2. Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Governor Greg Abbott tells state agencies to stop considering diversity in hiring. Ask unanimous consent, submission of those articles.
Without objection. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the Committee on the Judiciary, Authorization, and Oversight Plan.
Objection. The amendment is considered as read. The gentleman
Mr. Chairman.
recognized too. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Louisiana. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Free speech is under attack in this country.
Amen.
As state and local governments ban black literature, prohibit teaching black history, and ban discussions about slavery or its continuing effects on American society. These discussions are vital for all of our students to understand their history. The problem is that the American Legislative Exchange Council, also known as ALEC, has found an issue that divides Americans. ALEC, which is a corporate bill mill that spews out model legislation to state and local Republican legislators, has found an issue that they can use to get Republicans elected who will pass legislation that promotes corporate interest. Turn the white people of Palestine, Ohio against the black people of Flint, Michigan. Get the whites to vote Republican, and Republicans then promote deregulation so that corporations can spew poison and pollute our environment while making trillions of dollars in profits, which they don't have to pay taxes on, leaving the cleanup costs to the voters who put them in. And our children are left crippled by being deprived of an honest account of our nation's history.
Okay, James, we'll go with Mike.
Recently, Florida passed its Stop Woke Act, which forbids schools from sharing materials with students regarding race, diversity in schools or workplaces, particularly anything that discusses privilege or oppression based on race. The president of the Florida Education Association estimated that a third of the state's counties had been instructed to cover up their bookshelves because they didn't know which of their books were allowed under this new Florida law. Since January of 2021, 35 states have introduced 137 bills limiting what schools can teach with regards to race, American history, and other such topics. Over 87 of those bills are from this year alone. These restrictive laws have been passed in 10 states. ALEC has been quite busy, and those corporations that underwrite ALEC's racism and those Republicans who support ALEC legislation and introduce it and vote for it should be ashamed of themselves. The prohibitions under these bills, like the ones pushed by Ron DeSantis, are sweeping. One proposed law in South Carolina, for instance, bans teachers from discussing any topic that creates, quote, discomfort, guilt, or anguish, end quote, on the basis of a political belief, which will force teachers to second guess whether they can teach about racism at all. In 2021, a measure passed the Texas House that would limit teacher-led discussions of current events. And in New Hampshire, a local group has offered a $500 bounty to catch teachers who break a state law prohibiting certain teachings about racism. After uproar from Florida's Department of Education and the Education Commissioner, the College Board changed its AP African American Studies curriculum, removing any discussions of Black Lives Matter and purging the names of many Black writers and scholars. This will affect not only Florida students, but students all over. Authoritarian regimes target institutional educators in an effort to drive out free thinking and to stop people from knowing and critically assessing their history. These repressive bills are trying to do just that, and we cannot stand for that in a democracy. And if you support liberty, freedom, and justice for all, you will support this amendment. And with that, I ask for my brothers and sisters' support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman who seeks recognition. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as the chair of this subcommittee on the Constitution and limited government, I'll just give you the simple reason that I oppose Mr. Johnson's amendment. In this section, Part 2 of the plan that we are considering today, we were by design very limited in the language. There's just a very simple, often one sentence, sometimes one phrase description of the various topics that we'll cover. And so I think that what Mr. Johnson is concerned about, anything conceivably that he would be concerned about under this category, is already well covered by the broad language here. And let me tell you specifically what I mean. Under this paragraph, the freedom of speech, it says that we're going to examine restraints on free speech. It gives some illustrative examples about colleges and universities limiting protest and speech and distribution of literature and other expressive activities, because that is widely regarded in a wide body of litigation and news stories and public reports and polling to be a big growing problem in the country. That's the only reason that one's listed. If we go down under this subcategory and list more and more illustrative examples of things, again, we'll be here for days because we'll have to add pages and examine the adequacy of current protections for U.S. citizens' constitutional and civil rights. That would certainly cover, if indeed there are, as you suggest, quote, efforts to harm black students, unquote. I mean, that will clearly be covered by other things that we'll be looking at. And so just for the purity of the document itself, the simplicity, the structure, the brevity of the document itself, I just don't think that we can be here all day long listing all the possible things that we may look into. I don't think that this is a big problem. I'm not convinced, but if the evidence suggests that it is, then we'll address that accordingly. But I just, for that reason, I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? No one seeks recognition. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
Opinion of the
Ask for a
chair.
roll call.
The noes have it. The gentleman from Georgia asked for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein, Mr. Gooden, Mr. Vandrew, Mr. Vandrew votes no. Mr. Nels, Mr. Moore, Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley, Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman, Mr. Moran, Ms. Lee, Mr. Hunt, Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry,
Sure.
Mr. Biggs, you're not recorded. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. Nadler,
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu.
Sound good.
Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
Any member not voted, seek gentleman from California.
McClintock, no.
Mr. McClintock votes no.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein votes no.
Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Gooden votes no.
All right, clerk can call the roll. Or excuse me, give the tally, excuse me.
Do it again?
No, I don't.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 13 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Committee on the Judiciary Authorization and Oversight Plan for
Without objection, the
Reserve a point of order.
gentleman from California reserves a point of order. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. My amendment would add to the Constitution Subcommittee's oversight agenda danger that Americans' fundamental freedoms, their constitutional rights to make decisions about contraception, their intimate relations with consenting adults, their children's education, and who they can marry, will be undermined by legislation inspired by the Dobbs decision. In the wake of Dobbs, we immediately saw a number of states implement or try to pass abortion bans, and the practical and tragic consequences of these decisions are growing every day, with women and girls unable to get the health care they need. But the impact of the Dobbs decision doesn't end there. As my colleague from California referenced during the debate on my prior amendment, statements by members of the court have highlighted that the ramifications of the extremist Dobbs decision extend to other settled civil rights precedents predating Roe v. Wade, such as Griswold versus Connecticut. And these decisions have been recognized that as Americans, we have human rights and constitutional rights to privacy and liberty. Roe v. Wade, and in related dicta by the court's new right-wing majority, the court has called into question a host of these other fundamental rights that Americans have relied upon for half a century, including the right to obtain contraception, to have children using IVF, and the right to interracial and same-sex marriage. The extremist right-wing majority on the Supreme Court has put our country on a overwhelming majority of American support. Americans have a right to make their own deeply personal decisions with loved ones about whether and when to become a parent, and to make deeply difficult decisions when their lives and the lives of those that they love are at risk. Politicians and the government don't belong in those decisions. The majority in Dobbs and others who hold this minority view are pushing a right-wing agenda that can be summed up as this: For all their talk about states' rights and individual freedoms, the right-wing majority is only too willing to uphold the rights they support, but to take away the rights they oppose. So I strongly encourage all of my colleagues to support my amendment to examine these conditions, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as chairman of this subcommittee, the one that seems to be getting all the attention today, I'm going to point out my exact same objection to this amendment as I did the previous 2 or 3, and that's examine the adequacy of current protections for U.S. citizens' constitutional and civil rights. We are not going to start a laundry list of subcategories of things and theories and partisan invectives and all the things that we've just heard about radical right-wingers and all that kind of stuff. Look, we're going to examine the facts. We'll assess the current state of the First Amendment and all of its protections, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment. We're going to have hearings on all these things. And if any of these wild conspiracies that have just been suggested and are suggested here in this this proposed paragraph are true, then it will come out in those hearings. But it's just simply not true. There's no radical right-wing conspiracy here. The constitutional and civil rights that we all have are to be guarded and protected, and we will do so, and the current language does that adequately. I yield back. So I oppose the amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from New York, the ranking member, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman from Louisiana argues that we're going to look into all fundamental liberties. If that is the case, why do we even have this paragraph protecting the sanctity of life? The subcommittee will examine the constitutionality and enforce the federal and state law statutes relating to anti-life measures. Why do we have the freedom of speech provision? Why do we need any of the specific provisions? The fact of the matter is, we should have specific provisions. But if we're having specific provisions, we should have the ones suggested by Ms. Scanlon. The subcommittee should examine the threat posed by a nationwide abortion ban to women's lives. Gentle lady from Pennsylvania remarked that the decision in Dobbs, strongly hinted that Griswold, the right to contraception, was in question, that Lawrence, the right to same-sex relationships, never mind same-sex marriage, the right to same-sex relationships, that Loving, the right to interracial marriage, all of these are on the chopping block under the logic of the Dobbs decision. And even without the Dobbs, all of she said, or Alito's majority opinion, in which he said that the fundamental rights were different here because you're dealing with a life. What that seems to mean is that the fetus, and I expect the Supreme Court, this terrible Supreme Court, will decide at some point that a fetus is a person from conception, and under the 14th Amendment, you cannot deprive a person of life, never mind liberty of property, without due process of law, and therefore will have a total ban on abortion, which would also mean a ban on in vitro fertilization, a ban on a lot of things. So it's certainly within the purview of this committee. If we're going to be looking at protecting the sanctity of life, we also ought to be looking at the threat of a nationwide abortion ban. Some people, if we're going to be looking at the threat to fundamental rights, we should be looking at the danger that Americans will lose their constitutional rights to make decisions about contraception, their intimate relationships with consenting adults, their children's education, who they can marry. These are certainly fundamental rights within the purview of this committee, and we should look at them. And that's all that this amendment does, and I therefore support the amendment. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Oh, Ms. Dean, recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I thank the gentlewoman, my colleague and friend from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for offering this amendment. It's an important amendment, and it is one that really should be stated, especially in light of the reaction, the reality that we are planning for oversight. You have to look no further than the Dobbs opinion to say what else is on the chopping block. I'll read just a moment from Justice Thomas's concurrence, one passage in particular, and I quote, Justice Thomas writes in the Dobbs concurrence, in future cases, we should consider all of this court's substantive due process precedents, including Griswold, Lawrence, Obergefell, because any substantive due process decision is demonstrably erroneous. Correct the error established in those precedents. Justice Thomas is saying he is going after every one of those precedents. We don't know what else. He strangely does leave out Loving, for what reasons we can't really say. But we are supposed to, if we're going to talk about oversight, and in the reality of a post-Dobbs world, we should make sure we're taking a look at an ongoing threat to fundamental rights, the right to contraception, the right to same-sex marriage, but also just same-sex relationships, the rights of privacy of American individuals, as a court took away extraordinary rights of individuals, of half of this country's citizens. I think back on the day that the Dobbs decision came down, and my daughter-in-law, I have 3 sons, but I have 3 daughters-in-law, 2, third one in May. And my daughter-in-law called me crying, saying, I can't believe the Dobbs court just did what they did. And I said, I can't believe it either. In my entire adult life, as my husband and I planned for our families, as we worried over pregnancies and what difficulties we might suffer in pregnancy, we didn't think any state legislature or Supreme Court justice or Congress was going to stand in the way of our decisions made with medical doctors and our own hearts and minds. But my daughter-in-law recognizes that's no longer the case. So rights are on the chopping block, as the Supreme Court has already ruled in Dobbs and has threatened in the concurrence of Justice Thomas. So I thank Mary Gay Scanlon for saying we have to make sure we stand up. Rhode Island.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I too rise in support of Congresswoman Scanlon's amendment and thank her for putting it forward. You know, in addition to what Justice Thomas said in his concurring opinion, after saying we should reconsider all of this court's substantive due process precedents, and remember, that was a series of cases in which the court said that the due process clause under the 5th and 14th Amendments prohibits or freedoms upon which they were entitled to constitutional protection. And he went so far as to say in that concurring opinion, after overruling these demonstrably erroneous decisions, so we don't have to wonder what he intends to do, he intends to argue to the court that the substantive due process that in fact provided the right to contraception, the right to marriage equality, the right to a number of other rights ought to be overturned. And so of course this committee has a responsibility to conduct oversight of these fundamental rights that have come to be accepted by the American people as basic constitutional rights. So I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, to support freedom and the constitutional rights that have been articulated. I ask unanimous consent to put into the record 2 articles, one entitled, Thomas's concurring opinion raises questions about what rights might be next, and another article entitled, Clarence Thomas signals same-sex marriage and contraception rights at risk after overturning Roe versus Wade.
Without objection. Does the gentleman yield back?
Yield back to Ms. Dean and thank her for her accommodation.
The gentlelady yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? Hearing none, question occurs on gentlelady's amendment. Those in favor say aye. Sorry.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And the opinion chairs noes have it. Are there any other votes requested? Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Spartz. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Mr. Moran. Ms. Lee. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline.
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
Chairman Jordan?
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no.
Mr. Biggs?
Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no.
Do any other? Mr. Fry? No.
Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no.
Any other members wish to vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 12 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the Committee on the Judiciary Authorization and Oversight Plan for the 118th Congress, offered by Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Beginning protection of
Without
constitutional.
objection, we'll consider the amendment as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would ensure that as a body, we examine the adequacy of current protections for U.S. citizens' constitutional civil rights, that it will also include assessing such protections for the LGBTQI+ community. This committee has done vital work in recent years to address discrimination. Unlike other communities, there are no explicit protections in our key civil rights laws for the LGBTQI+ community. We must acknowledge that these protections do not exist. We'll demonstrate that this body will continue to work on this important issue to extend civil rights protections to LGBTQI+ people. The vast majority of Americans, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, support non-discrimination protections for LGBTQI+ people and have done so for decades. And we've passed, of course, in 2 Congresses, the Equality Act that would guarantee these protections, but of course they haven't passed in the Senate. So our community is under attack in places all across this country. Legislatures are passing laws that in fact enshrine in statute discrimination against the LGBTQ community. And so this amendment will ensure that as we conduct oversight in this committee, the Judiciary Committee, that has particular responsibility for civil rights, that it includes discrimination against the only community in America that it's legal to discriminate against in 2023. And so I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and include this in our oversight plan. And please spare me the, oh, we believe in equality, but just not for this group, or we believe in equality for everyone, so we don't need this. This is a special category of people who don't enjoy civil rights protections today. We're seeing increase of violence against our community, increase in introduction and passage of state laws that will allow discrimination. So this is an urgent oversight responsibility, and I ask my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize myself in opposition to the amendment, and I'll just say very quickly and succinctly, because we have a vote that's pending. We're trying to finish the work here today. Again, as I've stated earlier in regard to the last several amendments, on page 9, we have very specific language. It says, again, the protection of constitutional and civil rights. The subcommittee will examine the adequacy of current protections for U.S. citizens' constitutional and civil rights. We need not recognize or articulate subsets or subgroups or special categories, as my friend just said, of U.S. citizens, because the descriptor U.S. citizens applies to everyone. And for that reason, I oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Does any other members seek recognition? If not, question occurs on the amendment. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Spartz. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Van Drew. No. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels. No. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore. No. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Mr. Moran. Ms. Lee. Mr. Hunt. No. Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry. No. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline.
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
Mr. Gooden?
Mr. Gooden votes no.
Any member wish to vote who has not voted? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 13 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. A quorum being present, the question occurs on adopting the authorization and oversight plan. Those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the plan is adopted.
Roll call.
Roll call vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparks? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Benz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes yes. Ms. Hageman? Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes yes. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
You take it.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Mr. Gates?
Mr. Gates votes aye.
Mr. Fry? Oh, you vote. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye.
Ms. Hageman? How do you vote?
Ms. Hageman votes yes.
Are there any other members who wish to vote who have not voted? Ms. Escobar, how do you vote?
Ms. Escobar votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to vote who have not voted? Then the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 10 noes.
The ayes have it, and the plan is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. This concludes the committee's business for this meeting. Without objection, the meeting is adjourned.